Well, guys. Oh boy. Yeah, this has absolutely been a crazy, crazy um thing going on today. So welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make some changes, but yeah, great to see you guys here. It's good to see you guys here as well. This is Viper Strike 95 Flight Sim, and today we have the Breitling DC-3 Around the World flight. And yeah, what a crazy way to start. This is my first stream in over 2 weeks, but I'm glad everything got fixed before this stream. That was the one I was really the most worried about. But good morning, good afternoon, good evening to where you're at in the Flight Sim world. Happy New Year's Day. This is Viper Strike 95 Flight Sim. Great to see you guys here today. So yeah, it's great to have everyone here as well. We have Super Typhon in the chat. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you, my friend. I hope you had a great Christmas and New Year's. So yeah, welcome to Geneva in Switzerland, guys. Good to see you guys here as well. So yeah, great to see you guys here as well. So I hope everyone's doing well. So yeah, welcome to Geneva Airport here in Switzerland. But today we're gonna have a pretty long flight as well. We're gonna have a pretty nice long flight here as well. We're gonna be heading over to um over to Switzerland. So like I said, it's been a little while since my stream. So obviously unfortunately my Twitch soundtrack isn't working today, unfortunately. So there will be no music for this one. So let me go ahead and I need to edit some of the stuff. And also the application output isn't working as well. Unfortunately, I've been having issues with everything everything that's going on, so I couldn't be able to change the settings. I'll be fixing that after stream. I want to get this stream completed today. So yeah, I'm glad to see you guys here today. So what are we doing here exactly today? Well, we're doing an around the world trip, and it's going to be involving a Douglas DC-3 today. So I got my slideshow out here for today's trip, for today's stream. Let me go ahead and put the screen. Like I said, I'm a little rusty after a couple streams. I'm gonna be a little rusty, so do forgive me. So today we're taking the Douglas DC-3 out today, and we have an absolutely beautiful livery here as well. We have the Breitling DC-3 here in Britain's livery. Now, obviously, we have some information about the Douglas DC-3 for you guys that don't know. The DC-3 was manufactured by Douglas Aircraft Company. It was a huge airliner that was very successful back in the old days. It was one of the most important airliners during the golden age in the 1930s and 40s. This plane was just really special. It was a game changer in the airline industry. It had fantastic range at the time, carried lots of passengers, it was comfortable, and it was very reliable too. Powered by Pratt Whitney twin wasp engines, producing 1,200 horsepower each. And apparently, this thing, about 607 normal DC-3s were built, but many more were built for the military. And that brought the total numbers of DC-3s and C-47s up to 16,000. Pretty crazy. This plane has a long history. Following the war, it was flooded with surplus transport planes, and as a result, the DC-3 wasn't competitive after World War II. That's because there were so many transport aircraft that were built for the war, and now they were in the market. So, unfortunately, the DC-3 wasn't super popular afterwards, but its legacy was still felt, and you could still see these things fly today, including this one. So basically, here's some specifics. You can carry a crew of 2 people, carries 21 to 32 passengers, wingspan of 95 feet, 64 feet long. Its empty weight is around 16,000 pounds. Its gross weight, the max is 25,200. I'm going to go ahead and reduce the weight settings because that is something I need to do beforehand. It can cruise up to max speed of 200 knots, but its cruise speed normally will be 180 knots. We're going to actually travel slower today. We're going to go around 135 to 140 knots today. We're going to be going around that speed. So we're not going to go super fast, but we are going to go there. Huge range of 1,370 nautical miles. We actually got some upgrades for the DC-3 for this one, so we can do some of the longer ones. And it has a surface ceiling of, well, 23,200 feet. So it has a really nice surface ceiling, which is really good. And then we have to talk about the book. This one is based off the book. The flight, I'll be discussing notes from this book, The Legendary DC-3 Around the World. I have it here in my hand, so you guys can check this out as well. But this one here is The Legendary DC-3. The authors are Francisco Aguilio. He's the main guy behind the project. Then we have Rafael Farr, who did a lot of the airport handling and the flight permits. And then Katsuhiko Tokunaga. He did all the amazing photography. Photography in this book is amazing. 208 pages. It has information about each of the different legs of the flights. So all the slides that have the information about the legs will be covered from this book. So, and it features all the amazing photographs. So there's that. So the origin of the story, actually, so the plane we're using today is HB-IRJ, which, if you look around this DC-3, it's actually up here, HB-IRJ, which is right here. Now, this DC-3 actually had an interesting story, and I'll read it here in the book. So the DC-3 used in the flight was originally delivered to American Airlines back in March 12, 1940. It was named Flagship Cleveland. Then it entered service with the U.S. Army Air Force and Royal Canadian Air Force during World War II on a flight from Canada to Europe. The crew was sent back to the plane, which improvised hand-carried bombs. Then after the war, it was purchased for a short period of time. It was purchased by Trans-Texas Airways and registered as N2568. Then Trans-Texas Airways became Texas International Airlines. And then in 1969, it received a complete overhaul in San Antonio. And at the end of 1971, it then continued its flying career with Provincetown Boston Airlines, PBA, as N34PB, and it flew in those colors until, guess this, 1987. Afterwards, in 1992, it was purchased by Champlain Air and re-registered as N922CA, and it got a complete overhaul that took 2 years to complete, by the way. Then in 2009, the most recent one from the book, it was purchased by Dakota Air Services and then sold it to the same day to the guy who orchestrated this whole thing, Francisco Aguilio. He purchased it and moved it to Opelika, Florida, where it received another overhaul and a new paint scheme. Currently today, the plane's actually now in Turkey, of all places. Pretty cool stuff about the history of HB-IRJ. So the whole premise of this project, and now we gotta talk about the Breitling. Now, for guys who don't know anything about Breitling, they are a very famous, they're a very well-known Swiss watchmaker, founded in 1884 by Saint Immer, Switzerland, by Leon Breitling. They're very famous for their precision-made chronometers, and they're designed for aviators, based in Gretchen, Switzerland. For guys that don't know what a chronometer is, basically it keeps track of time in an airplane. They're very famous for their Navitimer watches, which they're definitely very well known for. Even though nowadays the planes themselves offer them, but these are still very famous. But they've also been involved in pop culture too, as well. They've been featured in many different pop cultures. They have aeronautical scholarships with balloons. One of them being the Breitling orbiter, the first balloon to circumnavigate the globe, fixed-wing jetpack flights, aerobatics teams, and more. And of course, they were even featured in pop culture. In the movie Thunderball, James Bond is given a Breitling top time, which contains a Geiger counter. In fact, the watch itself disappeared after the movie was filmed, and was later resurfaced in a car boot sale, where it was purchased for 25 euro, English pounds. And guess what? In auction, it was later sold for 100,000 British pounds. Pretty crazy, as well. So yeah, that's a bit about Breitling. Hey, Uncle Beeson, good to see you. Yes, my Twitch soundtrack thing is not working today, so like I said, I still have application capture for Microsoft Flight Sim, so I guess we have that as well. But yeah, check out Uncle Beeson's channel. It's been a while. So that's a bit about Breitling. Now let's go talk about the story. Now, the Ultimate Dream, Francisco Giglio was originally presented this to Breitling back in 2013. The idea was to carry 500 to 1,000 limited edition Navitimer watches over a 6-month period, and the promotion would generate a lot of media attention, and it would make this plane the oldest plane to ever fly around the world. Breitling liked the concept, but it was rejected 3 years in a row due to other commitments. And then in 2016, Katsuhiko Tokunaga sent an email to Francisco Giglio to participate in the 2017 Friendship Day in Japan. And due to some issues with Breitling, they actually agreed in 2017 to make this a reality, a DC-3 around the world. So obviously in the book mentioned about workload, and they had a whole team of volunteers, mechanics, pilots, and they worked daily to prepare for this adventure. And here, and the book mentions how they loaded up. We have Raphael Farb, who is our second author. He had made sure he got all the gas available for the trips, and he even selected the airport handling agents for the DC-3. Then there's Yannick Bouvier. He's one of the co-sponsors of the journey itself, and he obtained all the flight permits in accordance with the planned routes. Peter Megalin took care of logistics. Aerotech is another co-sponsor, and they did all the maintenance work. And Clive Edwards did the annual inspection. Paul Beasley and his company, Aerometal, took care of some of the modifications of the fuel system, because some of these legs were going to be going on for a very long time, so we're going to need all the range we can get. We really do need it. And then we have the workload too. Breitling HQ themselves managed all the media events, so we would be doing some local flights. So in case if we landed in our destination, but after we get done, we're going to go ahead and land at those destinations. So we'll be doing that. And then finally, afterwards, Katsu Tokunaga, he did all the air photography. And finally, Francisco Giglio himself, he managed the entire project, communicated with the company, with the watch company, and coordinated all the work to keep everything in track. He is the one who's been doing the project. So yeah, this is about the workload. So yeah, let's go ahead and get ready to get this journey started. Let's get ready to start this DC-3, guys. It is great to be back streaming again. I do agree. I'm gonna have to do Wednesday. I'm gonna have to sort out the issues with Twitch Soundtrack and get the plugins working. So this here is the DC-3. Now, if you've noticed, this is the classic version. Now, the reason it's the classic version is because the guy who made this livery, and let me go ahead and give you a command for the livery. If you click that, you get access to his file. But yeah, it's classic for this one. So this is the classic DC-3, but in the real plane, they actually flew the retrofit version of the plane, which had modern avionics and all that. But since but in this case, it's classic, which I don't mind. I mean, if anything, this feels more like the old DC-3s. But, I mean, it's a DC-3. I mean, come on. Can't really get much more than that. So let's go ahead and get this DC-3 started. So, guys, if you like what you see, and if you're new to the chat, don't be afraid to smash that follow button. And I also updated my Discord link But updated Discord, so let's go ahead and get everything on. So we have apparently all this stuff's on. We're gonna go ahead and turn on the magnetos. I mean, you could definitely turn on the. So we're gonna do the cold and dark start. So we're gonna start cold and dark here. We're gonna take a little bit. Aircraft secured. Batteries off. The flight controls are operating correct. I can do that. Turn on the ground power switch. Fuel gauges check all. I've already did the fueling beforehand. All's good. We open up the cowl flaps. We're just going to do this. They're now open. Check hot. Turn on the lights as required. All lights required. We set the parking brake. It's already been set. Fuel selectors. We're going to put them on the mains today. Set this to right main. We're going to set this to the left main tank. And we'll set this one to the left main. Boom. That is good. That is good. Turn on the propeller. We're going to go all the way. We're going to turn the propeller on to maximum. So we're going to go ahead and set this to max. We're going to crack this open just a little bit right here. Mixtures. We're going to put them on fully rich. Let's do that. Let's do that. They're full rich. Good and check. Clear. Now we're going to start the engine. We're going to turn on the booster pumps. We're going to do the right engine first. We're going to turn on the magnetos for that. We're going to turn on the starter for the right. We're going to turn on the right engine starters. And we're going to wait a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn on the... Like it's... Oh, crap. What did I not turn on this time? Like I said, I'm still new to start the DC-3. Ah. Oh, I turn off the ignition. Okay, so I went ahead and turned on Control E accidentally. We're going to turn off the ground power. That's now off. We already completed that. Neil's good, and everything looks good for the taxi. So yeah, we can get right into taxi, guys. At least the plane sounds are working, so that's a good thing. So guys, by the way, we're on Southeast Asia server. So we're in Southeast Asia as our server for today. So, for today, we're going to be going through the altitude. We're going to be flying. Our max altitude for the entire today's stream is 7,500. Oh yeah, and I need to get my landing rate monitor set up. Yes, I have my landing rate monitor set up so we can for Firefly Air. So we're going to cruise at around 6,500 feet today. So yeah. So 6,500 feet. I'm gonna. Yeah, I had to ban a bot. Yeah, I mean, imagine having had to do this in a couple of weeks. Yeah, pretty crazy. We finally got a bot ban. So we're gonna take off here from runway 04 today. So let's go over a bit about more of the slideshow for today. So let's talk about the journey before we get started as we taxi along down the runway. So before we get started on the journey, they had to load in the 500 Navitime watches. They are limited edition DC-3 World Tour watches, and they were on board. And they had to actually keep the storage location of this thing actually a secret for security reasons, to keep it secret during the 6 months. And they were stored in 3 different waterproof Pelican cases, so that way they were well protected, and they were stored under the cabin floor. If you know, in the cabin there is a floor. That's where they were stored, and it took them about a good hour to get them out, as they had to remove some of the seats before putting all this in. So definitely a pretty crazy thing to get ready for. So now we have the big one, the first leg of the trip. I'm gonna go ahead and get this thing parked. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So today is our first leg of the journey here at they're going to take off from Geneva and head over to Avignon. So let me go ahead and read this. So I'm going to set the date, actually. Let me go ahead and, before we get started, let me go ahead and set the date back to 2017 on March 9th. 2017. It's exactly 77 years since the DC-3 took its original flight. During this time, and they established the event here, and they planned a port event here at the Hotel des Berges in Geneva when they presented the project. When they felt, and they all felt the excitement knowing that we were about to start a big journey lasting 6 months. After a long and intensive work preparation period, it was time to push the throttle forward. Now, originally when they did the flight, let me go ahead and pull the nav map up. Let me go ahead and show this, guys. Let's pull the nav map up and let's see the map. So, when they originally did this flight when they prepared for the flight originally they were going to take this straight through the Alps and fly directly to Zagreb. So when they did it, they originally took this flight and head over to Zagreb. However, the issue was icing was an issue. And also lots of turbulence up there too. So because of the ice and turbulence, they ended up actually having to go around the Alps. And in this case, they actually, the only alternative was to fly around the Rhone Valley and circumvent the Alps entirely. So they had to now land in Avignon. So along with the crew, the first crew for this flight consisted of Gabriel Evake as a pilot, Daniel Meyer as security officer and photographer, and Ian McGalvray as mechanic. And of course, Francisco Giulio himself was actually that. The flight plan was duly followed the new routing. Selected guests and media are on board for the first sector. And they took off here as they left the frequency. And this was the beginning of the entire journey. Pretty cool stuff. So guys, that is the beginning of our incredible journey. So we're at Geneva Airport. For guys that don't know, it is the most. This is actually the busiest airport in all of Switzerland. The main international airport for the city. It was originally known as Contrian Airport, opened back in October 11th, 1919. It's a major hub for Swiss International Airlines and EasyJet Switzerland, featuring many flights along the European metropolitan areas, leisure destinations, and even access to North America, China, and the Middle East. Pretty cool stuff. I mean, this is one of the busier airports in Europe. And the city of Geneva is pretty historic, if you know about me. Geneva is extremely historic as a city. It's been around for a very long time. It's Switzerland's second most populous city. It is 201,000 people in the city itself, and is one of the most global cities on the planet, home to many international organizations, including the many agents of the United Nations and the Red Cross. Switzerland's historically neutral, so it's a great place for a lot of those international organizations to make their home. It's also where the Geneva Conventions were signed, which is all about protocols about humanitarian treatment of war. And Geneva is ranked as the world's ninth most important financial center, and fifth in Europe, behind London, Zurich, which also is in Switzerland, Frankfurt, Germany, and the city of Luxembourg. It's also one of the 10 most livable cities in the world. And it is one of the more expensive cities on the planet. And there's definitely some pretty cool historical stuff about it. There's tons of historical buildings, from religious buildings like Cathedral St. Pierre, civic buildings, international organizations, museums, theaters. And of course, interesting fact, about a third of the world's free trade oil, sugars, and grains is traded in Geneva because of its strong economic strength. And there are definitely some very famous people born from here as well. It's like John Calvin, Gustav Adolf. Tons of famous people have been around. So yeah, guys, that's it. So let's get ready to fly. This one's going to be a short leg, so let's see who's flying. See if any one of you guys has decided to fly along. So man, I mean the anticipation's killing me. I'm gonna go ahead and set the trim. Okay, this we get trim. Not gonna go full power. And let's get taken off. This is going to be really exciting, guys. I mean, oh my goodness, guys. I can't believe we're gonna start this journey. This is going to be a good one. And we are off. This, oh my, oh my goodness, guys. This is what I've been waiting for 3 weeks for. 3 weeks for this. Oh, this is just awesome. Isn't that amazing? Oh, this is just awesome. So yeah, we're gonna go take off here and get some altitude. Go ahead and raise the trim up a little bit. So yeah, guys, welcome to Geneva. So yeah, by the way, if you guys wanted to actually as well, we're gonna climb a little high. So yeah, this here is Lake Geneva. Right in front of us is beautiful Lake Geneva. So it's definitely a very beautiful area as well. Lake Geneva is stunning, and the entire city itself is great. We're going to go ahead and just circle around the city for a little bit. So we can head back on course. I'm going to go ahead and set the Sperry pilot. Now, in the real flight, they actually had GPS and all that. But unfortunately, for me, there wasn't a normal version. And even then, if I use the, and even then, here's the thing. Even then, the retrofit version doesn't have a heading set. So that's I hope that hopefully in the next update that gets fixed. So that would be really cool to use the autopilot from there, and it'll be a lot closer to what they did for the real Journey. So as well. So we're gonna go ahead and get everything ready. We're gonna go ahead and here is Geneva. We'll be flying over the city of Geneva today. So here is downtown Geneva. Okay, I'll be ready to turn on the Jerry pilot. We're gonna go ahead and set the holding. We're gonna go around 130, 140 knots. So basically, hey, Planet Neutral, my friend, good to see you. Great to have you here, Planet Neutral. Great to see you, my good friend. Check out my good friend Planet Neutral. How you been, my friend? Yep, first stream in 3 weeks. I still need to get this Twitch soundtrack thing working. I still need to get that worked as well. Hopefully I'll get that working by the next stream. Get Twitch soundtrack working. But yeah, everything else is doing pretty well. Like so, and look at this. There is Geneva's arena to our left. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, by the way, if you guys have any pictures about the journey, I'll be posting them here in the Discord. I post them in the Breitling DC-3 World Flight, so we can post pictures, stuff, and more. What's Twitch soundtrack? Twitch soundtrack is what is the music thing I use for my streams. It's what I use for my streams since I don't have Epidemic Sound nor others. So this is what I use, preferably. So that is what you wanted to ask. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I did some changes for it as well. If you guys want to know why I had internet issues, so apparently I've had bandwidth issues. Mainly, I had slow download and upload speeds. Now, this was never an issue for me previously when I streamed. This was never an issue, but for some reason in this last month, it's not working, and I did everything I could to try and solve it. My dad and my brother have to help me out with this to get internet speeds fixed. And then I realized it wasn't my computer. It wasn't that. It was my internet. So I had to not only get a faster internet plan, but I also had to get an Ethernet cable. I had to also get an Ethernet cable as well. But I mean, it's done absolute wonders for my speed at least. So yeah, but now it's all been fixed. So I can now do all the streaming stuff that I've been wanting to do for the past week. So So yeah, but it's great to be back here with the community again. It's great to be back streaming here. It's great to have all the new faces here in the DC-3. So while we're doing that, let's see who's been flying along with us today. Anyone's flying along. I guess no one's flying along here right now. That's fine. But we have Switzerland coming up as well. So we're going to be flying through the Alps as well. There we go. Just want to make sure the heading's correct. But yeah, it's great to have everyone here. Since this is my first stream in 3 weeks, I wanted to ask you guys, I hope you guys had an amazing Christmas. So for me, I got some really cool stuff I got. I got me I got 8 seasons of the Aviators TV series for Christmas. That was my DVD. I also got a brand new gaming keyboard and monitor. So I'm going to get a whole new setup installed not this week, but later on the weekend, next weekend, this upcoming weekend, will get installed. So I'll be having a brand new gaming monitor. It's 165 hertz. So it's going to be my new gaming PC. It's going to be there. My laptop is going to be actually underneath. So my laptop's going to be right here, underneath the desk. So that means I can operate all my flight sim equipment and all that from the little cubby. So that way I have a big 29-inch gaming monitor to have for the streams. But I'll still have my laptop to run nearly everything else. So at least that's going to be pretty cool. And then I also got a couple more interesting things. The next most interesting thing I got, let me go. So, here we go. Yeah. Yep. Viper Strike 95 has got a flight jacket. My brother actually gave this to me, and he found it for 75 US dollars. But he got it for me for 75 bucks. It's a flight jacket. It's not made of leather though, but it is but it is more practical than a leather flight jacket. So yeah, nice flight jacket. It's very nice. So yeah, I got me a nice flight jacket. I got me on some new stuff. So yeah, I got tons of really neat. So yeah, so that's it, guys. So that's all my Christmas stuff. So yeah, that's gonna be all my stuff. I've been. So yeah, I wanted to ask you guys. I hope you guys are doing well as myself. So we have about according to our destination, we're going to be 650 nautical miles away. So we're going to do this pretty well. Oh, we're going to go ahead and do that. Pitch a little bit. Our speed. We're actually at 7,300 feet. So we're actually going considerably faster than we should. So I'm going to go ahead and get this down. So yeah, I hope you guys had a similarly great Christmas as myself. Yeah, let's. But man, isn't this crazy? I can't believe I'm even doing this DC-3 trip. But yeah, this is beautiful, guys. Absolutely stunning here. We're going around 142 knots. This is absolutely beautiful here. 7,000 feet. So yeah, we'll be doing this for quite a long streams. By the way, we'll be doing these on Sundays since I obviously have way more free time on Sundays um compared to other stuff. So I have way more free time on Sundays to do these flights. Um, but I planned this all out. It will take us 38 Sundays to complete this journey. In the Douglas DC-3, so it'll take as well. Oh, where do you find the Breitling livery? Here it is, exclamation point livery. You can also find it in the Discord under the Breitling DC-3 Around the World Trip channel. You can also find the livery there too. But great to see you, Mongo. Hope you're doing well. We're now actually approaching 8,000 feet. We're approaching 8,000 feet as well. So yeah, Happy New Year's to you too, Mongo. Happy New Year's to everyone here. I hope you guys have some really cool resolutions for the year as well. I made my resolution to reach at least 750, but I think I can definitely get to that goal. I had the Breitling DC-3 trip. Now for Wednesdays, that's a good question. For Wednesday streams, this Wednesday I'm gonna probably be finishing the Northway tour. So we'll be finishing that tour up on Wednesday. So we'll be visiting all the ways in Norway. We'll visit Trondheim and head back to Torp. And then afterwards is going to be quite interesting what to do afterward. Um, that would be a real interesting question. What am I going to do after this journey? Well, I'm thinking about alternating between GA bush flights, and then an airliner streams, and then I'm planning on bringing back the city tours, I believe, and alternate between the three of them. That way, I can put a wider variety of content for you guys, and it's to make up for the fact I only stream 2 days a week instead of 3. So I think that would make the most sense as a channel. I think if I do that, I think it would be a really, really good change as well. So yeah, that's going to be my plans for the new year. And then obviously just doing this flight for obvious reasons. So that's my plans for the year as well. So I want to say a massive thank you. Like I said on the Discord, I want to say a massive thank you for everyone here. 2022, was an absolutely incredible year. I remember back from earlier this year, we started 192 followers. We were doing in the middle of the 1926 Berlin to Beijing journey, which was my first historical recreation I've ever done for my channel. And we went throughout the heartland of Russia in the Junkers J-52, and it was incredible. We managed to actually complete the journey all the way to Beijing. It was great. And we had so much amazing adventures. We flew over Japan. We flew over Route 66. I did a tour of the Philippines. We flew around many iconic bush destinations too. We've done lots of everything. We've even done airliner flight, which opened up a whole new variety for the channel to really take off. And the community really expanded in this. We had so many amazing people added to this. The support from not just big but smaller streamers too, and there were so many great people, content creators, normal people on the Twitch, so many awesome people. And when I originally did my goal, I was wanting to reach 300 followers, but thanks to the help of this amazing community and everyone here, we didn't just smash 300, we got over 300. We went, in fact, I never thought we would get 500 plus followers. I was not expecting it, but it was thanks to this amazing community and everyone here. You guys have all been legends. So many amazing people. My goal for next year is to reach at least 750 followers. I will be shocked if I reach 1,000. But hey, never, always expect the unexpected. And of course, 2022 was also a big year for myself. I was a major part of many other communities too. Besides this, I'm the resident researcher of the Tutorial Murphy community. And oh, hey, Oristas 456 with the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Great to see you. We're doing the Breitling DC-3 historical recreation journey in the DC-3. So we're flying the DC-3 from Geneva to Avignon as the first leg for today. Are you in Europe? I'm actually from the United States myself, but I am flying over. I'm flying over into Avignon. But no, I'm from the United States. Actually, I'm from the United States, from the U.S. state of Indiana. So it's good to see a new face. It's always great to see a new face whenever they come to the channel. I really do appreciate all the new faces here too. People like guys like you are always welcome. Oh, you're from Lithuania. Oh, really cool. Yeah, Lithuania has a pretty long, proud history itself. It's great to see someone from Lithuania. Awesome. I know that Lithuania has been one of the, despite being such a small country, Lithuania has a really good basketball team and has a proud basketball legacy. I remember back when the Grateful Dead actually helped Lithuania's basketball team make it to the Olympics that one year. 92, I believe. Pretty crazy, but Lithuania's got more than that. The land of the Zeppelins. And I know that also Lithuania's capital is Vilnius. It borders Latvia, Belarus, Poland, Russia. So it's great to see someone from Lithuania show up. It's great to meet places from that you wouldn't expect. We're going 150 knots, 8,000 feet. So we're going over that. Oh, oh, the Top Gun anthem. uh, I knew you guys played that. Yeah, Top Gun Maverick was great. I probably need to get that on DVD. But yeah, great to have you guys here. I mean, look at the view from this place. It is just, oh, it is stunning. This sim is unbelievably beautiful. It is. You could open the window and just see from the back, and you just stunning. The sim, I mean, knows like this sim still wows me even to this day. It's crazy. So guys, if you're here for the first time, I do have a Discord. I also do have a YouTube channel. This is where I put my VODs from. How do you say Mercedes? Mercedes. Mercedes. I bet in Lithuania, Mercedes is probably pronounced a little differently. Lithuania. But I mean, some people say Merc. Oh yeah, and here's also one more Lithuania fact that I think a lot of people don't realize. In 1933, in 1929, was the flight of the Lithuanica was Lithuanica was actually a very famous flight done in a Belenica C-300 pacemaker, and it was flown by two Lithuanian pilots, Stefanas Darius and Stasias Jurinas, in '33. And they flew it crashed after flying over 6,411 kilometers or 4,043 miles from New York, and it crashed only 404 miles from its destination of Kaunas. It actually crashed in Poland. Oh my god, Mad Guy TV with the fall. Welcome, Mad Guy TV. It's great to see you here. Thank you so much for the faults. I didn't say coffee. Oh, coffee. Coffee is how I pronounce it here, but you see, in the United States, there are different accents in the United States. So naturally, you're going to get a wide range of different accents from different parts of the country. Yeah, they flew above the American Atlantic Ocean, and this flight, I think, in some ways, this flight was actually possibly, in some ways, surpassed even Charles Lindbergh's flight. Charles Lindbergh's flight to Paris. They had to cover even more distance than Charles Lindbergh did. And it took them and they actually lasted for 37 hours in the air. Which was insane to think about, that the fact they flew around the world. We say kava. Ah, kava is your coffee. Ah, kava, got it. Cool. And the plane, in fact, is actually currently in the Great War Museum in Lithuania in Kaunas. Actually, it's Kaunas. It's actually Kaunas. Or Kaunas. It's Lithuania. But yeah, it's great to learn about Lithuanian history. I'm surprised no one has done that flight yet for Flight Sim. I guess it's even longer than the Spirit St. Louis flight. At least the good news about the plane they flew compared to what Limbo had to flew, at least you could see outside the front cockpit. You didn't need a periscope to see it. So that's definitely an advantage with what they. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, it's great to always meet someone. Um, so yeah, so there's definitely I'm gonna have to find someone to make up for the next couple of hours. But man, this series is beautiful. Stage clear from Sonic. Yeah, I've been a big fan of the old Sonic games, so naturally the stage clear is just really good. Really, really have enjoyed it as well. But yeah, I love the old Sonic games. It's just they're a lot of fun. So down below us to our left, if you look through our down left window, you will see the French city of Grenoble to our left. Definitely one of the many small French cities that are all around the Alps. That's because if you look for left, there's our Alps. So we're gonna bypass it completely, entirely bypass it. We're gonna have to go all the way around, which means we're gonna have to go all the way through Italy too. Speaking about the whole flight plan, guys, it is really cool. Now, I also do these before streams, or sus. I do these slides every single stream. So if you ever see me with slides as well, it's because I took the information that came from, well, this book. This is the book where I did this flight from. It has all the notes, and I took the notes and all that and put it into the slides. And I'll explain it to you as the way I go. And that's the way I've been streaming since first streamed back in 2021. It is my trademark. I love doing research and do my homework before my streams. That way, you guys can know more about the world we fly. And I think that's a really cool idea. Plus it's to make up for the fact I'm not like the most knowledgeable in terms of aircraft function stuff. So it allows me to actually have some way to learn about them. So that's kind of how I am. So, so if you guys want to know what our trip was today, let me go ahead and put this onto the map. So today we're going to actually first be heading to Avignon. We're going to just fly straight there. Then from here, we're going to land here outside of Avignon. We're going to be flying around this. I'm going to do a little quick, when we descend, fly around the city, fly around downtown, take a pic or two. And then land at the airport, Lima, Foxtrot, Mike, Victor. And then from Avignon Airport, we'll be going through we're going to go continue around the Alps. We'll be visiting Nice and Monaco. We'll be visiting those two. And then we're going to go around into Italy. We're going to just do a quick fly over Italy for a little bit, not too long. And then we're going to make our way into Croatia. We'll be visiting Rijeka. And then we'll be heading to the capital of Croatia, Zagreb. We're going to fly around downtown for a second before making our final stop here at Lima Delta Zulu Alpha at Pliso International in Croatia. So yeah. Oh, can I subscribe to you on YouTube? Absolutely. You can subscribe to my YouTube. Yeah, I have a YouTube, WYT. Do you know Lucas Modric? Not really, but I could look him up. Lucas Modric. Very famous. Oh yeah, that's right. I think I'm not really into football. I'm from the United States, so I don't know about football. But I do know Luka Modric is one of the great Croatian football players. Yeah, very famous Croatian football player. He was born in Zadar, and Zadar is actually further south along the Dalmatian coast. But yeah, he is very famous. He is definitely one of the um, great football players. especially from Croatia. From what I read, he was actually his family was displaced by the Croatian War of Independence when he was younger. It's signed by Dynamo Zagreb at 16, before bouncing around to Tottenham Hotspur, and then since 2012 he's played for Real Madrid. So definitely, cool. Yeah, we're going to be visiting Croatia, so I actually have tons and tons of research slides for Croatia, and I'll be going through each of that as well. So I'll be talking about Croatian history. I'll be talking about geography today, about diversity, governance, economy, and war. And what's this? Oh my goodness, Tuto Murphy. What a way to welcome my first stream back in almost 3 weeks. Tuto Murphy, the legend, the absolute, the greatest Egypt from Ireland is here. Good to see you, Murph. Oh my gosh, guys. Hinzui with the raid, Kaharia, Paul Nebo, Daedalus, X Michael with the fall, thank you. Oh my gosh, guys. I apologize the soundtrack isn't playing, but outside of that, everything is fixed. All of it's fixed. I mean, I'm happy to be back with you guys. You guys make the day. So, guys, let me give a shout out to the absolutely amazing Tuto Murphy. If you guys haven't checked him out before, he is one of the nicest, friendliest, and absolutely the most entertaining flight sim creator I've ever been. But his community is the best community, without question. His community is top notch. This was my first flight sim community I've been with, and I've been hooked with them. Great to have you guys here. We also have MuseFan, Conville999. We have Johnny F73, first time chat. Good to see you guys. We have Bossman Gaming 69. Guys, thank you. So today we just kicked off the Breitling DC-3 journey. We finally got this journey kicked off. Yes. We finally got this journey kicked off for the first time. I mean, you guys don't understand. I've been planning for this journey since when the DC-3 came out. I got this plan. Where are you at in the moment? Well, where I'm at in the moment, I am just outside of my closest airport is Lima Foxtrot Kilo Echo. We're heading to Avignon. We have a fall from Admiral SAS and Bossman. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, here's Tuto Murphy. I know, but no, seriously, I want to give Murphy a shout out. He's earned it. So, guys, we're doing this trip. Let's go ahead and get over the flight plan. So, we're following the first 2 legs of the journey today. We're going to be first heading to Avignon. And the reason he did this was because originally, when they did the DC-3 flight, they originally went straight to Zagreb, but the Alps slopes did not play well, so they were forced to go around the Alps, which is why they had to land in Avignon first. And then from Avignon, we're going to go around to Nice and Monaco, and make our way over to Zagreb. And by the way, guys, this is not a normal flight. This is a historical recreation. This is a real flight they've done. And here is the book. Now, on my Discord, this is the legendary DC-3 Around the World. It has 3 authors, Rafael Farr, Francisco Gulio, who headed the project, and the photos are done by the wonderful Katsuhiko as well. Good to see you, 6 Knots, first time in chat. Oh my goodness, 6 Knots, you absolute legend. Thank you guys so much. So if you guys wonder how I got back on streaming, it was internet issues. I had slow download and upload speeds, and that's what caused my stream problem. So after trying out everything, we decided to get a faster internet plan for the house, and we decided to actually get Ethernet cable, and that fixed the issue. And 6 Knots with the fall. Thank you guys so much. So, in fact, I also have the slides as well. I also have all the slides as well. We're not talking about Croatia just yet. But here's all the slides. So basically, let's go over how this journey came to begin. I'm going to go ahead and do this. So we're flying the DC-3 here. But the journey this is the book, which I showed you guys earlier. published in 2019. Had the 3 offers, 208 pages with amazing air-to-air photography done by the excellent Katsuhiko Tokunaga. And this DC-3 in particular, the one you see right here, this DC-3 actually has a very long history. This thing was actually, it was actually delivered to American Airlines back in March 12, 1940, named Flagship Cleveland, intermilitary service for the U.S. Army Air Force between 1942 and 44. And then after the war, it was purchased by Trans-Texas Airways in 1949 as in 25658. Then it received an overhaul in 1969, became part of Providence Boston Airlines until 1987. Chaplin Air purchased the DC-3, and it waited until 2009 when Francisco Giglio, the one who headed the project, bought it from Dakota Air Service. It took them about a few years to get this all built. And the whole thing was done by Breitling, a very famous Swiss watchmaker. Skeptic, I know you're from Switzerland. I bet you probably heard of Breitling, Skeptic Hampton. But yeah, Happy New Year to all you guys too. And Breitling basically is very famous for their chronometers and Navitime watches. And they've done all sorts of aviation stuff before. They did the first circumnavigation of the globe by balloon, the Breitling Orbiter, they did the fixed-wing jetpack flights, aerobatics teams, and more. And even the Reno air races too. But this project has actually been around since 2013 when Francisco Giglio presented it to Breitling to put 500 to 1,000 of the Navitime watches for a 6-month period. It would promote not only the company but also the DC-3, which when they did do the flight, it would have been the oldest plane to ever fly the planet. Yes, fly around the planet. Unfortunately, it was rejected for the next 3 years. Then after an invitation in 2016, the next year in 2017, they agreed to the project by Breitling. And they had to establish a crew. They had a team of volunteers, mechanics, and pilots, but the main crew members we got to keep an eye on is Raphael Favre, which did all the avgas fuel stop on the plane destination, the airport handling agents. Yannick Bouvier listed the flight permits. Peter Magdalene took care of all the logistics, like shipping engines, spare parts, and oil. Aerotech did the maintenance work, and the aviation authorities. Clive Edwards did the inspection to make sure it was ready to fly. Paul Baisley and his company Aerometal took modifications, and they actually did the fuel system. They actually put avgas fuel systems in giant tanks, but that way to get this thing even more range. And then Breitling HQ themselves did all the media events with the coordination of the agents. Obviously, Katsuhiko Tokunaga took care of all the air-to-air photography. If you get the book, I really do recommend the book because it's got fantastic photography, and it's got a little bit about each of the flights. And finally, Francisco Aguilo, who is the main guy on the project, he coordinated the entire thing, communicated with the watch company, and managed to keep everything on track. So that is how this project really got started. And the first thing they did before the flight, the crew loaded 500 limited edition Navitime watches on board the plane. And they had to actually keep the storage location secret. So they were secured in 3 different waterproof Pelican cases and stored under the cabin floor to keep them very well protected, because you trust me, those watches do not come cheap. They really don't. Those kind of Swiss watchmakers, their watches do not come cheap. I would say that much. And it took them nearly an hour to get them out because they had to remove some of the seats before getting these things loaded in. And then afterwards, in March 9th, which is I set the time and date. Originally, like I said earlier, it was supposed to be over Zagreb, but icing and turbulence kept them, so they had to go around the Rhone Valley. And after they got the flight plan filed, they got airborne towards the south and wished them luck for the journey. So yeah, that was a bit about the first leg of the trip. But yeah, I mean, in fact, I don't think we're much far. Let's see how far we are. According to my nav map, we are around, 60 nautical miles. We're only 60 nautical miles here in the DC-3. If you guys want to join in, I'm on Southeast Asia server. The closest airport is Lima Foxtrot 79. So if you want a bigger airport You probably catch up to me on anything bigger like LF51, Lima Foxtrot 51, and catch up with me with that if you want to. But yeah, it's great to see you guys all again. Seriously, thank you guys so much for the follows, the raids. I mean, it's great to be back. I am extremely happy to be back with the community as well. But yeah, I love the DC-3. It is one of my favorites. So to do this journey in the plane that I really like, it is so well done. I also want to ask you guys, since this is my first time being back 5 weeks, I hope you guys had an amazing Christmas, and the New Year's went well for you guys too. So yeah, looks like I'm gonna have to find ways to kind of create content. But yeah, everything on the stream's running well. I had a new internet, I had new faster internet, I had Ethernet cable, so there is that as well. So in terms of news, there's quite a bit of news, obviously. Merce covered. I mean, he's covered most of the news. I did manage to get the new Jefferson 2001 Victoria Falls scenery for free. I won the contest on Merce Discord. So I got me the new scenery from Jefferson, and I really love the scenery. Jefferson did an outstanding work on all that scenery. He really did an incredible job. Absolutely incredible job. I mean, it looks awesome. So, love Jefferson's scenery. If you guys want the livery for this, and that way you guys can see me and not as a bonanza, if you guys ever want to join in the flight, here's the link in the chat. Exclamation point livery. Give you access to it. Yeah, if you notice this is silent, it is because I don't have my soundtrack thing working, so I'm gonna have to work on it after stream. But you know what? I'd rather have the stream be on now than having to wait a bit. I'd rather work on after stream than have this issue beforehand. Yeah, we are definitely cruising pretty good. But yeah, this area is definitely very beautiful. This area of France is definitely one of my favorites to look at. It's just great to see here as well. I mean, the DC-3 is an absolute joy. It's a great plane. Hey, Complete Freedom, great to see you. Salute to you, my friend. How you been, Complete Freedom? I think you stream here too. First time chat as well. But yeah, we're doing the Breitling DC-3 around the world trip. I've been playing this one since November. Originally, I was supposed to get this out in Christmas, fun enough, as a big Christmas gift to you guys. I was thinking about releasing the DC-3 thing, and then, yeah. But now, we finally got this thing ready to go. So very, very excited. I've been much better the last couple days now that my internet issues have been resolved. So now I'm being able to stream here again for the first time in 3 weeks. Huge rate for the two-tone Murphy as well. It's just been great. Yeah, I do love the DC. I'm glad Microsoft brought this into the sim, and I'm glad Microsoft got the plane for the anniversary edition. So I'm going to go ahead and just start to say a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and do the gyro power pitch a little lower. And I'm going to go ahead and lower the power just slightly. Just reduce. That way, I'm going to start descending just a little bit. We're going to be heading towards Avignon pretty soon. I'm going to work on descending just a little with the gyro pilot. Or with the spare, I mean. But yeah, it's great to be back. So yeah, so I mean, like I said to you, I said this earlier, but 2022 was a fantastic year for the channel. It was fantastic for the community. It was just great. It was all around an excellent year for me and the community as well. I mean, when I started, I was at 192 followers. I was doing the Berlin to Beijing journey in the Junkers. And over the year, we did so many amazing adventures. Japan, US Route 66. And over time, we got the followers over 500 followers. I was expecting 300. I mean, I was blown away by it. And now, hopefully, I reach 750 as well. But if I get 1,000, I mean, I would be very happy. Yeah, all you guys have been very, very awesome. Who is that flying alongside me? Oh, Kanzui's flying along in the Beechcraft Bonanza. Good choice. Yeah, Bonanza's a good choice. Good choice, Kanzui. So we also have Tom 681 in the Caravan. We have quite a few people. But yeah, this area of the Alps is definitely very beautiful. This area of France has great food. But the next leg is going to be really, really cool. We're going to be doing a lot more going to sense. So basically, we're heading towards Avignon today. I'm going to go ahead and give you a slideshow. Get another slide. I do these every single stream, guys. If you're here for the first time, I do these every single stream. I do these slides. But that way you guys get to know all about the information of the world. So today we're going to be talking about Avignon for a bit. This is where we are going to, this is to see where our first stop is going to be at for the stream. So Avignon, for guys who don't know, is located in the left bank of the River Rhone with 93,000 people. And it's very well known for its ancient center and by its medieval walls that have been around since the 14th century. It's France's 35th largest metropolitan area at around 336,000 people, but this city has a very rich history. You see, historically, Avignon, back in the old days, between 1309 and 1377, was actually where the seventh popes actually resided here, known as the Avignon Papacy. They actually resided in Avignon. Hey, 3 Spars with the follow. Good to see you. And that was before, and in 1348, Pope Clement the Sixth actually even bought it from Joanna I of Naples, and the Pope actually controlled this area all the way until 1791 by the French Revolution, and is now part of France. That's currently the capital of the Vaucluse department and one of the few French cities to preserve its historic city walls. And it has a very historic city center, which includes the Palace des Papes, or the Palace of Popes. This medieval fortress has been around since the 14th century. The Cathedral of Avignon, Avignon Cathedral, and Pont d'Avignon, which is the famous medieval bridge, and they all became a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1995. It's also home to the Festival of d'Avignon, which is an annual arts festival held here. And it's one of the world's largest festivals for performing arts and made it a major center for lots of tourism. So Avignon's very famous for it. I mean, in fact, 4 million people come annually to visit the city every year. They do lots of riverboat stuff and cruise around the entire river. So they got tons of buildings and everything. And it's home to quite some famous people, too. There have been some very famous artists, painters, and all that. Including Pope Gregory the 11th, the last Avignon Pope. You also have very famous sports stars as well. Camille Aguilon, a handballer with over 270 gold caps with French women. And Formula One driver Jan Elisi. So these are some very famous people from Avignon. Good to see you, 3D Splars. First time in chat. Good to see you. Yeah, we're about talking about the city of Avignon today. So, uh, like I said, managing this jar palette isn't too bad. Hey, Infidel Fireman, great to see you guys here today too. Infidel Fireman, good to see you. Happy New Year to you too. For you in Australia, I believe it's January. It's going to be January 2nd in Australia, I believe, coming soon. I believe that's the case. I'm looking at time period. Oh, wait a minute. In Canberra, it's already January 2nd. Oh yeah, AZ Blue Line, good to see you. Yeah, oh yeah, the scenery's awesome here. This part of the just right out to the Alps has some fantastic scenery. So flying along today, we have Kanzui. Manuel Cash is flying along with us too in the TBM. We actually have quite a few people flying along today. So we're doing the historical recreation of the actually not 19, it's actually the 2017 Breitling DC-3 around the world flight. We're starting legs 1 and 2 today. We're currently doing leg 1 to Avignon in France. Then from Avignon, we're going to head across the French Riviera into Italy and crossing the Adriatic into Croatia. And we're going to land at Zagreb, the capital of Croatia. So yeah, I'm entering into Allison Johnson territory with these flights. Now, of course, it took me a little while to start up, obviously, but I mean, the next couple streams, I'm going to get pretty used to starting the DC-3 normally, and then we can get ready to get flying. But yeah, I'm having a blast with the stream as well. I mean, just some incredible flying. Hey, Dougal McTavish, great to see you. Oh man, you don't have to tell me, Dougal. I am so excited. If you know my good tones, I am super happy today. Because I mean, being back online and it's my first stream of 2023. I couldn't be any happier that this is my first stream of 2023. Being with you guys, it's great to be back. And happy New Year's to you as well, Dougal. I hope you're doing great as well. So finally, we're gonna go ahead and talk about our airport today. We're gonna be visiting Avignon Province Airports, Lima, Foxtrot Mike Victor. This airport is around 38 meters high, one paved runway, which is around 6,168 feet, with 2 parallel grass runways. It's currently used by 2 different regional airlines, Flybe and TUI Fly Belgium fly here on seasonal flights. Though, if you wanted to get a major airport here in the region, it's actually Marseille Province Airport, which is around 80 kilometers southeast of our normal airport. So that is about our airport. It's not that big of an airport compared to the one in Marseille. But yeah, it's great to be here as well. Yeah, we have it's going to be 38 streams, Dougal, by the way. And guys, I'm going to let you guys have a prediction. How many slides has Biker Strike worked on so far before I did today? You guys want to predict how many slides I got? Exclamation point predict. And predict how many slides I did. Just predict how many slides you think I've worked on today. I think some of you guys think 200. Okay, if you guys want to know how many slides I've worked on, it is over. Total, I've worked on 468 individual slides. 468. 468. I worked on 468 total slides for this journey. I mean, Viper, why would you work on all those slides? I know why you're going to be saying, but Viper, how would you work on all those? You guys need to realize, we're going to have some really long flights, so, I guess 400. Yep. Yeah, 400. It's 450. Oh, yeah, and mind you, are you on live time? No, actually, I'm not on live time, FD. Here's the time. It's 11 a.m. And I set it to March 9th, 2017. And the reason is because I'm doing a historical recreation, so I set it to that day in time. So that's why I said, oh yeah, the 2 weeks off did do wonders on the notes. Yes, it did. It actually very much did. Yeah, those 2 weeks did wonders on my notes taking. Yeah, because since I couldn't stream, I had to do something, so I had to work on the notes. So yes, it did wonders on all the note taking I've done. And I'm going to go ahead and drop altitude here. So yeah, we are getting really close to Avignon. Right. That makes it. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it makes sense. And remember, it's not like 1940 or something. It is actually in 2017, so I had to set it. I also had to set the clouds pretty low because when he flew over, there were clouds covering it. So we're just going to go ahead and send. The airport should be at 114 feet, so we're going to have to make quite a descent. All the way to send. Like, it's much easier to do the descent thing in with the retrofit version, because in the retrofit you can just change your vertical speed and then you can just adjust the throttle to I can fall slowly. But with this, you need to be careful with the throttle and the pitch, and the gyro pod pitch. You have to make that up too. Man, and there's Avignon to our left. So we actually see that's Caprientras. Avignon is straight ahead. It's basically dead. So yeah, I hope you guys have a great time as well. I might play some GeoGuessr as well, and I think you guys can probably have some fun with that. Because remember, we're going to be in the air for the next 4+ hours, at least 3.5 to 4 hours for the next time in the air. We're going to spend plenty of time flying along here as well in the air. Definitely a very beautiful area. I hope you guys have something planned for New Year's week. I hope you guys have had a great weekend so far too. Of course, for me, I had to help my dad install the Ethernet cable. Oh, there's that too. So yeah, what runway we're going to be landing today? I'm just going to land at runway 17 today. Just normal runway 17. So yeah, we're about closing in. We're just gonna keep sending. So yeah, we have a prediction. Hello, Iceman. Good to see you, Iceman. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you, Iceman 333. How you been doing, my friend? I hope you had a great New Year's Day and Christmas as well. Yes, I'm back streaming for the first time in 3 weeks, almost 3 weeks actually, since I last did a Microsoft Flight Sim stream. It's been too long. It is good to see you. I don't have the soundtrack thing, unfortunately. I don't have my music on with me today. I'm gonna have to get that worked out by I'll have to get that thing worked out by Wednesday, which we'll be ending the Northway journey on Wednesday. I'm gonna go ahead and finally put the there. There we go. Yep, I now got the acceleration back. So I'm actually going to turn off the gyro pilot here. So I'm going to fly around the city of Avignon for a second before we head back over to the airport. I want to fly over the historic city center and take some pictures. So we do, yeah, I'm glad they are over. It is same here. And I'm happy I finally got the internet thing issue fixed. So now I can actually go along and enjoy being here with you guys. Because it just wasn't right not being here, being with you guys as well. Hey, Gabway 1974. Good to see you, Gabway. So, Avignon is actually this way. So this here is the airport. Happy New Year's from Liverpool, says Kingsman. Great to see you too, my friend. We're going to go over historic Avignon first. Just a quick flyover. Before making it back to the airport. I mean, we're going around the world journey. Why not have a little fun with our trip? And why not? So there's our airport. We're going to be landing there shortly. I mean, in the wonderful DC-3, but this isn't just a normal DC-3, Kingsman. This is the Breitling DC-3. Hotel Bravo, India, Romeo, Juliet. When it completed its around the world flight in real life, it was 77 years old at the time. It still is the oldest plane to ever go around the planet. There's Avignon. Now, if you see the walls, well, that is because that separation was the historic walls here in Avignon. And there's actually two of our landmarks. There's the Palace des Papes, which is the Popes, and Notre Dame of Avignon. Beautiful. Now, the reason I did not go active pause is because apparently it messes up a few things from her, especially on that map. So here is the Palace of Popes. So yeah, there is the Avignon City Center. So now we're done. So now that we're passed through the city center, we're going to head back to the airport. Just wanted to take some pictures for the Discord. And speaking of Discord, like I said, if you want to post pics about the journey, there's actually a dedicated channel to it in the Discord. 2017 Breitling DC-3 Around the World Flight in the Discord. You can always just download it and put it into the Discord as well. So here it is, guys. We're going to get ready to make the landing very shortly. I mean, yeah, this DC-3 is an absolute joy to fly. I love flying. Whack-a-mole, and of course, the Sky Commands. It is good to be back, Sky. Great to see you, and check out Sky Command's channel. Sky Command's awesome. And Whack-a-mole first time chat. Happy New Year's to you from the East Coast of Canada. Happy New Year's from the United States state of Indiana today. Whack-a-mole, great to see you. But yeah, I am very, very happy today. I wish I had my music playing, Sky, but unfortunately it's not coming today. But I mean, I'd rather be here streaming than doing nothing. But yeah, it's great to see all the faces here back again. It's just great. Okay, turn on landing light on. Turn on the... Okay. And the flights. Probably should have turned them on earlier, but... And Whack-a-mole has now followed. Thank you so much, Whack-a-mole with a follow. That's great to see you here. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Sometimes my DC-3 lands get a little rough. I mean, but this is a 77-year-old DC-3. I better take good care of it. Oh my goodness, there we go. Beautiful landing. Beautiful, beautiful landing here. Absolutely awesome today. We really nailed it. Negative 101. Awesome landing. Woo! Hey, Happy New Year's from Romania, says Gabway. Happy New Year from Indiana. Good to see you. I've actually visited Romania in the sim, Gabway. During my Orient Express tour, we flew around the historic region of Transylvania, which is now currently in Romania as well. So we're doing that. So there's also Nebo. I believe that's Cold Nebo. So we're just gonna park here and I'm gonna take a short break. And so this is we're doing the Breitling DC-3 around the world trip for guys who are new here. I'm gonna do a short landing, and I'm probably gonna take about a short 5-minute break. Just leave it here, and you guys can join in if you guys want to. You guys are free to join in whenever you guys want. So you guys can join in and join me on leg 2. Yeah, this has so far been a really fun flight as well. It's perfect. Yeah, guys. I'm gonna take a short bow break. I'll be right back pretty shortly. So we'll just leave this here in Avignon. So yeah, see you guys in a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm now back. So welcome back, everyone. This is now we made it here to Avignon. So here's the slide for this upcoming leg, and here's the book. This book here is the legendary DC-3. So all the notes here about the legs is coming from the book. So let me read excerpt from it from the book. Leg 2, March 10th, 2017. So it was an early morning start. In the Mistral, a strong northerly wind was blown across Avignon Airport. Sky was clear and headed toward Nice, with the air traffic controller were aware of our world tour. They asked us if we could perform a low pass across the runway to Nice. There was little traffic, so we descended for a flyby over runway 04R, where we can imagine the controllers' big grins as they flew down the runway. They soon reached Italy, where they remained at low altitude to avoid controlled airspace. As they flew over the Adriatic Sea, we requested a climb, knowing that they were going to be greeted by 2 MiG-21s at the Croatian boundary, and that was because they were from the Croatian Air Force. So they did fly. So throughout that, with the MiGs, they did a fly. They flew a few passes past the DC-3, both to the left and right of the plane, and it gave the crew of the DC-3 goosebumps. In fact, Croatian Air Force is one of the last air forces in Europe to actually operate the MiG-21s, and they escorted them across the landing to Croatia. So yeah, that is a bit about the leg number 2. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna raise the clouds up a bit. Raise the clouds a little bit. So, thicker. And of course, we're going to change the wind. It is going to be a northerly wind from the north, and it's going to be Mistral. It's going to be a little strong, so about this. And of course, I'm going to schedule it to early morning. It's going to be like right here, and I'm going to schedule it like that. There you go. I'm doing this to get as historically accurate as I can get to what they had. So everything's back. So I'm going to resume everything back as well. I'm going to go ahead and go back to cold dark start and get this thing quickly turned back on. I'm not going to do the whole process again. This. Primer on. And Dwayne Cates has followed the channel. Good to see you, Dwayne Cates. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome. So today we're doing the DC-3 around the world trip. Just going to get started with this. And we're going to energize engines. Texture. Color. Good to see you, Dwayne Cates. We're just getting this DC-3 journey started. We're just getting this DC-3 thing started. And it came Zooey with the fall. Thank you so much. Like I said, I'm still getting used to the DC-3, how it works. Like, sorry, man, I didn't realize I was falling. Hey, no worries, Kinzumi. No. Yeah, I'm trying to get this thing started. That's weird. It's not working. Oh. Right main tank, left main tank. I'm gonna also put this at full fuel. I'm gonna put this back into full, so that way we're gonna have a longer flight today. Booster pumps on. Something's weird about my turn. Oh. Viper, you big Egypt. Crap. Well, I just started manually. I'm gonna have to get used to it more next stream. I'm sorry. Like I said, I apologize for. Oh. Of course, now I'm gonna have to get back to the taxi. So we're gonna take back off on runway we're gonna take back off at 17. So if you guys have the little the Firefly Air thing, now mind you, this isn't a Firefly Air flight, but I still want to do something for Firefly. We're gonna keep pretty low altitude, but we have Mongo in the Breitling DC-3. Yeah, I love the Breitling DC-3 livery. It's a great livery. And that way, you guys, if you guys want to have this awesome livery, I actually requested this livery, by the way. Back with the DC-3, I actually requested this DC-3 livery. I requested it all the way back in when they first started requests for DC-3 liveries. I wanted to do this one. Head and do this. And we're going to head down to runway 17. some reason, this isn't paved here for some reason. Not like the other ones, it's not paved. I know there's a grass runway, but we're taking off through the dirt. So, good to see you, Dwayne. So, we're doing the 2017 Breitling DC-3 flight. We're taking off here from Avignon. This is going to be the longest of the two legs today. And we're flying all the way to Zagreb in Croatia, which is a very, which is definitely one of the cooler cities in the Balkans region. Had its trim, and definitely reset the trim. I gotta reset it. Now, of course, we're gonna fly over this at lower altitude, so we're not gonna go nearly as high as we did earlier. So we're gonna be going pretty low. I expect for much of this, we're going to be cruising around 3,000 feet through much of it. But before that, I'm gonna wait till you guys get into position. In the taxi, we're gonna wait till you guys get in the taxi because I want to fly together in a flyby. This would be excellent opportunity. Yeah, it has been an absolute awesome. Gotta find sweat eyes. Ah, here we go. So yeah, I think everyone's about ready to taxi. I think everyone's ready to get there. So we're gonna go ahead and get ready to get flying, guys. Green, good, and take off the parking brake. So yeah, we're gonna be pretty low altitude today. So here's a pretty awesome thing for some of you guys that didn't know. This project has actually been planned at the time since 2013, but it took about 4 years to finally get this thing accepted. Grab some lunch, we'll catch up. No worry, Cole Nebo. Hope to see you again soon. But it's great to have you here. No worries. And we're gonna try this. We're gonna cruise to cruise at yeah, this is a northerly wind, so we're dealing with a strong northerly wind here at the airport. So naturally, we're gonna have to deal with the wind. Turn on the jar heading hold. We're going to climb a little bit. So yeah, guys, this one's going to be by far the longest leg because this one's going to be about 519 nautical miles. least the good news is that this is a DC-3, so it should be not too slow. We're just gonna climb up. Just climbing up pretty slowly up there. So yeah, I want to ask you guys a pretty important question for those in the chat. So it's a flight sim question, so I want to ask you guys an important flight sim question. What are you guys' most anticipated planes coming out for 2023? I mean, there are a lot of great planes coming out in July 2023. There are a lot of, I mean, there are some extremely anticipated planes coming out that year. For me, my most anticipated planes for 2023, I think the Bluebird 757, definitely the SimWorks Studios and Pilots Dash 7. That is a plane I would love to get my hands on. I mean, I love the Twin Otter, but I think the Dash 7, especially with how good SimWorks Studios is with designing planes, I mean, that plane's gonna blow my mind. It is going to be an absolute blast of a plane. I can't wait to see myself flying that. Definitely the PMDG 777 is definitely. I mean, we've been overdue for a really well-developed long-haul plane in the sim. So I think the 777 is definitely going to be one I'm definitely keeping my eye on. And much more. So yeah, lots of really good planes. And the Fokker F-28 looks great. I agree, Floydrix. The Fokker from Just Flight, definitely. I mean, Just Flight have had a great track record of all the planes they have made so far. I mean, Just Flight have been absolute doing amazing work in the sim. So yeah, definitely Just Flight. I mean, they're gonna blow away products. There's just so many planes. GW 1599. Oh, it's a bot. Yeah, it was a bot. There are too many planes out there. Oh yeah, there's so many planes. I know. I also still have $50 US for Sim Market as well. I still need to use, so I'm just being patient. So flying with is Manual Cash. He's flying alongside me today. We have Manual Cash, Mongo, Shawnee F-23, and the rest are flying along today. So yeah, welcome to leg number 2 of our journey. As well, DC Designs is working on one. Oh, a B-17. Oh yeah, B-17. Definitely. The Flying Fortress is an absolutely beast of a warbird. DC Designs working on F4 Phantom. I know an F4 pilot, Cole Nebo. One of my old NJRTC instructors was an F4 pilot, so that might have a lot of sentimental value. I think that's really cool. Citation 750X, Piper Navajos would be really cool. Oh, and the C-17, yes, the Globemaster. I know there was a freeware one. I saw Colonel Fork flew it a long time ago. Ian Fisher, what's up? Ian Fisher, good to see you. Check out Ian Fisher's channel. I think he does some P3D, but he mainly flies GA. Definitely check out Ian Fisher's channel. Good to see you. Yes, we're doing something historical, Ian. It's a Breitling DC-3 flight around the world. This is leg 2. Yes, we've already completed leg 1, and now we're in leg 2 of this trip. Oh. So yeah, we're doing the DC-3. Now, obviously, the one they flew in real life, was actually a retrofit version because which has modern cockpits so they can do IFR, but since we don't have that with delivery, we're limited to the classic. Which, hey, I mean, it's workable. I can definitely work with the gyro pilot. It's not me. Wait, Milvis is an F-86 Sabre? Yeah, they made that in the past. Yeah, the F-86 Sabre, very successful fighter from the Korean War. You guys never have been around the Cold War, and you guys should know how effective that plane has become. I did it a few years ago, if I remember. Yeah. Oh wait, you actually did this flight, Ian? So yeah, yeah, I got the book for this, Ian. This book came out in 2019, and this one is where I get all the notes for the series for each of the legs. So I'll be speaking about each leg of the trip. That way I get caught to everyone here with the news. Yeah, so many awesome people flying along today. I mean, for this being my first stream in 3 weeks, I am extremely happy today. Yes, in the same as Breitling Day. All that is cool. Oh, and the four tri-motor. Yes, that's a classic. Four tri-motor is a classic. Tri-motor is a huge classic. The IFE 2000, the Eurofighter, and the Avro RJ. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna get the RJ. I already got the 146, so that's probably why I'm not gonna get the RJ. But I'm definitely. But the Fokker 28 sounds really interesting. So if you guys want to know the route we're doing today, exclamation point routes, we're just flying along that. I need to actually change the title. I got my stream. There. I need to put the stream time. Okay. I answered to a DM and Floydrix. I answered one of the West first, so. I'm putting the TC colors in the Magna PI music. Ah, cool. Oh my god, Cohen's doing a Hughes 500? Ooh. Oh yeah, the good old ND 500 helicopters. Yep, that's a very popular light helicopter. That chopper has been used all over. It's been used as a civilian plane, but it's even got a military variant, the 086 Cayuse. So it's had quite a long celebrate history. I really want the Q100 in deal. Yeah, turboprop airliners is definitely another one I would. That's definitely been needed. Is a turboprop liner. Yeah, turboprop liner is definitely needed. Oh wait, PNG actually fixed it? Oh no way, I need to check that out then. Because I've been wanting to do more DC-6 flying. So that's a big one if they fix it. Awesome. I probably need to update it after stream then. Yeah, Floydrix, yeah, I didn't do the affiliate onboarding yet, so because like I said, I don't have a job or anything, so I don't have the extra income. So I'll get to that eventually, but no need to rush it now. No need to rush it. And you're waiting for the Milviz Huey. Yes, Milviz Huey. Yeah, the Huey's a classic. The UH-1 Huey. A very versatile helicopter. It was used for nearly everything in that Vietnam War, from transport to medevac. Um, it had, it even had it was even used for gunship during that time. It was a versatile, um, very versatile plane. Over 16,000 of these things were built. I mean, it's been used all around the world, from the United States to Australia. Israel has used them. Japan, New Zealand, and the Philippines have all used Iroquois. But yeah, they made so many variants of the Iroquois. It's crazy. In fact, the Iroquois even led to the development of an attack helicopter, the AH-1 Cobra. In fact, the Huey's engine transmission rotor system was used for the Bell Cobra, which was a very famous attack helicopter. So, and that was used. It was a narrow fuselage with heavy armor and all that. It was a dedicated attack chopper. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's kind of what it is. These planes definitely have a long history. Yeah, this area is just absolutely beautiful. No 5E plan. No, I don't think there's an F5 Tiger. I like to see a decent A10. Yeah, I mean, you got it on DCS, and I know the A10 DCS is really, really good. Unfortunately, the issue is that Microsoft Flight Sim, the only A10 is that garbage, which isn't even worth that A10. It's a shame because the A10 is such a beloved attack plane. I mean, it is one of the craziest. The A10 Warthog, it um, definitely one of the most effective planes. It was durable, provides close support, and it served as a very effective plane. It was survivable. It can carry tons of weapons, and of course, most famously, a lot of people don't know, the A10 also carried a 30 millimeter Gatling gun. It's a rotary cannon. It's a GAU-8 Avenger rotary cannon, which has around 1,100 rounds and 11 different hardpoints. You can put rockets, missiles, bombs. It's a crazy, crazy plane. Oh yeah, T6 Texan 2, yes. Um. Oh, you flown back to base with half a wing. Yeah, it is. It's a very durable plane. That survivability is why it's so popular with a lot of pilots. It's a That's why people like it, and that's why it still has a bright future. That's why it still has a future. I like to go after military aircraft NSMs that aren't done well in DCS. Yeah, that's a good idea. Like sometimes planes aren't in DCS for some reason, and sometimes which is kind of weird, but it makes sense. I don't have the same setup for DCS like I do with Microsoft. I would have to get a whole new setup. Also, here's an important tip for you guys who start the DC-3. Make sure you lower the, if you put fuel, lower the payload so you don't have to worry about it, and I think that will fix a lot of your flying issue. Yeah, this area is very, very pretty. Yeah, this area is very, very, it's a beautiful area in the world. And there's Johnny in the DC-6. Yeah, there's the big old DC-6. The evolution of the it's basically a 4-engine DC-3 basically. That's why I think the DC-6 is a 4-engine Douglas DC-3. Absolute beast of a plane. Let's look outside because I think you guys will. So Whack-A-Mole, Mongo, Cold Nebo, and we have Johnny F-73 and Manuel Cash is also flying along. We have quite a few awesome people flying along here today. And look at this. I'm not, unfortunately, I'm not using the ductwork enhancement mod, but I heard it's a lot of great things about it. I just don't want to have too many mods. I know some people said you can't have too many, but for me, I try to keep my things clean, so if I have any issues, I can just quickly remove it. Plus, in addition to this as well, um, I guess I probably could get it in the future, but not now. Um, so yeah, we're gonna now turn left pretty soon. So we're getting. Oh, you said it was a special DC-3, but I missed what? No, the ductwork enhancement mod is a mod. Um, when I said special DC-3 is that the one I'm flying is the one that went around the world. This is the livery that they flew, and they took this thing around the world at 77 years old. It is a very old plane. Burned 127 degrees. So yeah, it's separate. This plane's separate from Duckworth. Duckworth's rather. Let me look. Duckworks DC-3. Let me look at that. Duckworks DC-3. This improvement mod. Let me go ahead and put this in the chat. I don't have it, but if you guys want that DC-3 mod, I have it. Yeah, it added a lot of things. It added reworked the flight model, created a custom system, changed the default cameras, added tons of depth into it, enabled hand select for retrofitted versions, and more. So yeah, so we're actually not heading too far. Once we get a turn left, this area is definitely. The DC-6 is so nice. It's total handle play, but not sure it was relaxing though. It is, the DC-6 is still really nice even after all these years. The DC-6 is still great even since it first came out. Mm. Mm. Yeah, this area here is beautiful. So we're gonna turn left here soon, and then afterwards I'll give you a bit of a slideshow thing. Oh, you went with the Boeing 247. Good choice. Yeah, the Boeing should definitely keep up with this DC-3. I mean, after all, they were made around the same time period and everything. Should be so many engine fires though. Yeah, yeah, that 247. Yeah, that plane can be a real handful if you're not careful. Okay, I really do like the Boeing 247. I think it's a great plane, especially for 20 bucks. It's fantastic. It's got incredible value. My only problem with it, they have not updated that plane. And hey, Avalon Star 20 has just followed. Good to see you, Avalon Star. Welcome to the Snake Pit. We're doing the Breitling DC-3 around the world trip. Great to see you here. We're heading to Zagreb. We're gonna head first. We're gonna fly over a little bit of the city of Nice before heading over in Monaco and heading over to Italy, the Italian mainland, before briefly getting back to the Adriatic Sea and visiting Zagreb, Croatia. Yeah. Okay. So what I was saying is that my only issue with the 247 is that plane has not been updated. Um, what I'm saying is that plane has not been updated. That plane has not been updated much all since it came. Don't get me wrong, the 247 is extremely well done plane. But my issue with it is that plane really, really needs another update. It really does. But I think with so many planes out there, it's hard for devs to circle back and update things. Yeah, that's probably the thing too. 10 more followers until 550. Really? We I think about cracked five for almost I think 11 more Super Typhoon, but yeah, 550 already is a goal for this year. Pretty crazy. Just slowly reducing the throttle. So, okay, we're getting pretty far. So we're gonna go ahead and talk about our first stop for today. We're gonna fly over the city of Nice. It's gonna be about 30 minutes, or about 46 nautical miles. Well, I want to talk about the city of Nice for a little bit. So, what is Nice very famous for? Well, it's the second largest French city on the Mediterranean coast after Marseille, located in the beautiful French Riviera, which is an absolutely stunning area. Um, The city is actually famous for its nickname, Nice La Belle, or in Nincard language, which is the dialect here in Nice, it's Nice La Bella is the nickname for the city, and it means Nice the Beautiful, which is also the unofficial anthem of the city. Written by Menica Rondelli in 1912. The area of today's Nice contains the Terra Amata, a very well-known archaeological site that evidence a very early use of fire all the way back to 380,000 years ago. Around 350, the Greeks of Marseille actually found a permanent settlement here and named it Nicala after Nike, the goddess of victory. Throughout the ages, it's changed hands many times, from the Romans to the Franks to more. Then from 1388, it was a dominion of Savoy. Then it became part of the First French Republic between 1792 and 1815. And then it was returned back to Sardinia, Piedmont, Sardinia, until it was re-annexed by France in 1860. This area is well famous for its Mediterranean climate and natural environment. It made it a very popular destination for vacations for the English upper class, when a lot of aristocratic families took their spending their winters there. And then in 1931, the city refurbished its main seaside promenade, walkway of the English, and many people spent time here, including the very famous Queen Victoria spent winters there with her son Edward VII. In addition to this, Nice was very popular for painters due to its clear air, and many famous painters have done their work here in Nice. Hey, FD 1.103 has now followed. Good to see it, FD. So yeah, 540, just 10 away from that. It even appealed to Russian upper classes. Prince Nicholas Alexandrovich died here in Nice. Nice was also where Catherine Dolgokova, the wife of Tsar Alexander II in Russia, was buried here as well. And more people were buried here. And because of its importance as a resort town for the European aristocracy, UNESCO proclaimed the entire city of Nice a World Heritage Site. The entire city is now UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2021. It features the second largest hotel capacity in the country and is one of the most visited cities in all of France. 4 million tourists each year visit here. It's also home to the third busiest airport in the country, after the two main ones in Paris. And it is the historic capital city of the county of Nice. So this area has full of beautiful buildings like the Nice Cathedral and more. There are many museums, and of course, the hotels. There's lots of hotels and all that too. That's why tourism is such a huge deal in this city. In addition to this as well, Nice is also the home of Allianz Riviera, the multi-use stadium in Nice, home of OGC Nice, based part of League One, the top level of French football. And of course, it's got a rich culture as well. Being a vacation resort, it's home to many festivals. And believe it or not, here's a tradition in Nice that people might not know. Since 1860, a cannon is shot at 12 o'clock sharp, and it can be heard through the entire city. And it goes all the way back to Sir Thomas Coventry, who reminded the citizens of having lunch on time. And of course, the cuisine in Nice is close to other ones in the area, including one of its most famous specialties from this area, ratatouille. Ratatouille is their most famous dish that came from Nice. Pretty cool stuff. And there are lots of famous people that have been associated with this area. So yeah, this is a little bit about Nice, for you guys want to know. Definitely a cool place to really check out and have a good time. So we're gonna fly over the runway in Nice, and then we're gonna head back to our route. We're gonna be also flying over a little bit of Monaco. I wanted to actually fly a little bit over there. Hey, Nico Sick on Dash Live. Nice flying. Thank you so much, Nico Sick. Good to see a new face here. First time chat. Great to have you here. Yeah, this is with the gyro pilots. We're flying the Douglas DC around the world, and I mean, look at all the people. We have Johnny F-73 in the DC-6. We have Whack-A-Mole in the Vision Jet. Mongo in the DC-3 as well. And we have Nepo in the T-6 Texan. We have all these people flying along here today. We're doing this. This is a historical recreation of the 2017 Breitling DC-3 flight across the world. We're doing a lot of really awesome flying here. So many amazing people. I've been planning this trip since November when the anniversary edition came out. And I've been wanting to do this. It's a really cool flight. I now need to go prepare for my own stream. Catch you in the next one. Thank you so much, Ian, for coming on today on my stream. I really do appreciate you coming by. I hope to see you again soon on my channel. So take care, my good friend. I hope you have a great time. Yeah, great to see you. And we have Nico Sick live with the follow. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. So, by the way, I do have a Discord as well. And here's my other two socials. So definitely check out these links if you want to be interested in catch up on my latest content. Well, so yeah, we have quite a bit of so yeah, we're gonna get ready for our flyover over the airport. So we're gonna be flying over this airport pretty soon. So this is Nice Côte d'Azur Airport, Lima Foxtrot Mike November. We're gonna be flying over this airport. It's France's third busiest airport it's the busiest outside of Paris. Located here in Nice. It doesn't just serve for Nice and the other areas. It also serves as the airport that you get to Monaco. And it connects you to Monaco heliport. This airport covers 1.43 square miles, or 3.7 square kilometers. Partially reclaimed in the sea with 2.7 square kilometers used for 2 parallel runways. It can theoretically have a capacity of 13 million annual passengers. And this is a very popular route for a lot of seasonal flights make their way here, but tons of airlines make their home. It's got routes all around Europe and the Middle East. Make their way here to Nice as well. It's a beautiful place. And it's a really cool little airport. It's also a newly handcrafted airport from the France World Update. So it's definitely a really nice place to do a lot of your airline flying. It's definitely a really cool place to do. Yeah, we're just descending slightly. We're going to do a low overpass. I'll be catching up on your videos right now, but I have to go. Hey, no worries, Nico Sick. Thank you so much for following along on the channel today. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll be doing these streams every single Sunday and Wednesday. So I hope to catch you again soon, my friend. Thank you so much as well. But yeah, so many really cool people. fly pretty carefully. We're gonna. Beautiful, beautiful area. Yeah, look at this. Evolution of the DC-3 into the DC-6. That's, yeah, we're about 425 nautical miles off. Oh yeah, here's some more interesting facts about this airport. In 1969, they actually did an experiment. It was a ferry service. They did a ferry service using a N300 Naviplane. It was a hovercraft, and it was connected to Cannes, St. Tropez, Monaco, and San Marino. But it was pretty short-lived. It only lasted until 1970, lasted all the way to 1972. And apparently, this hovercraft can actually seat up to 110 people, which is pretty crazy to think about. That you can actually use a hovercraft service to connect. And those hovercraft can actually go, their max speed in calm water is 65 knots in water. In calm water, while it usually cruises at around 50 knots. Which is actually not bad for a boat, for a hovercraft like that. That's not bad at all. Wait, what airports? We'll be flying over, LFMN. Yeah, we're gonna be flying over, wait, whatever. Yeah, we're gonna fly over Nice. We're gonna do a flyby over the airport runway. So that's what we're going to go for. We're going to fly over that. Hey, Dryson! Yo, my friend. Good to see you, Dryson. How you been? Guys, check out Dryson's channel. A really good friend of mine in the channel. He does all sorts of flights. GA to VATSIM. Your airliner flights on VATSIM. He does a lot of different kinds of flying. So, yeah, definitely check out his channel. So, Dryson, great to see you. Yes, I am finally back streaming, Dryson. So yeah, almost 3 weeks since my last stream. I finally got the internet issues resolved, and now we're here. Oh, I see. I thought you were passing. Sorry, I can't follow the stream closely. No, hey, no worries. FT 1003. No worries, my friend. It's okay. I sometimes have a hard time paying attention as well. I completely understand. We're going to do a slow flyby. We're not going to go super fast, and I'll take a really good pick of the airport. Oh. Hey, where are we? I happen to hear the internet issues resolved. Yep. The issue was resolved. It was resolved because I needed a faster internet plan, and Ethernet cable solved it. So we're about to fly over Nice. But we're not landing in Nice, actually, Dryson. We're going to overfly the airports because in the notes that I have from the book, which is what I did for the flights, we had to fly over the airport. So we're gonna fly over it. So we're gonna be flying over. We're gonna do a flyby over the airport. There's the airport right over here. There's our airport over here. There's parts of Nice over here, and downtown's actually over here. So this is downtown Nice. Oh, awesome! You were lucky enough to visit Nice. Oh, that is so cool. I would love to go to Nice. I would love to. Would love to fly around. Okay, here's the airport. Add and turn a little bit more to the left. Good enough to change left. Oh, look at that. We're going to make an epic flight pass. All this. Um, it's super cool to sit on the beach and watch the arrivals. Oh, yeah. Here it is, guys. We're going to make a flyby. Flyby the airport of Nice. Oh, that's oh, that's cool. Oh, that is just awesome. So yeah, this is Nice Airport, guys. Handcrafted in the sim. Absolutely beautiful. I think definitely take a picture of that. I got a great picture of that. And and if you want to, we can see a little bit of downtown Nice. Um, Here is downtown. This is the main area of Nice. I'm gonna go ahead and just turn to the right. Actually, no, that's left. Yeah, I'm gonna need a. Whew. I mean, we at least get a good view of downtown. Oh, this is just stunning, to say the least. Speaking about countries right next to Nice, just 5 miles away, is actually Monaco. Now you would think at first glance you would think Monaco is some sort of city. You're right, but it's more than just a city. You see, Monaco is also it's actually a city state. It's one of the smallest areas, despite its small size, it's over 3,000 residents, and it is one of the most expensive and wealthiest places on the planet to actually live in. It's expensive to live in Monaco. It's home to very famous casinos. It's actually a monarchy. Prince Albert's the head of state in Monaco, but it really grew over the 19th century with the opening of its original casino, Monte Carlo Casino, one of the most famous casinos in the world. It's been very famous for its association with James Bond, the fictional British spy. It's been featured in many Bond movies like GoldenEye and Never Say Never Again. It also features in other movies and more. and it's even part of the Monaco Grand Prix. Oh yeah, and here's a funny fact about the casino. The people of Monaco, it's the citizens of Monaco, can't even enter the gaming rooms of the casino due to some laws. But outside of just the casino gambling, it's home to the very famous Monaco Grand Prix, which has been around since 1929. It is one of the most prestigious automobile races in the world. And it takes 6 weeks to complete the circuit, and it takes another 3 weeks to remove it. Very famous for its narrow, tight circuit, its tunnel, tight corners, elevation train changes make it possibly the most demanding Formula One track. Also been known for sport events as well, cuisine, visual arts, and much more. So yeah, that's a little bit about Monaco. Dinner time for me. Catch you a bit later. Thanks so much, Dougal McTavish. Great. It's always great to have you here. So yeah, this here is Monaco. Welcome to Monaco, guys. So welcome to the little state municipality of Monaco. So yeah, it is. I mean, today has been absolutely fantastic. I think this has been one of my best streams in a very long time. I am super happy with it. So yeah, this is all Monaco. It's small. It is really, really small. Ooh, like the font. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna then around hits. Alright, guys. So that is Monaco. But yeah, that is the city state of Monaco. Yeah, this place is really, really interesting as well. Monaco, very interesting little city state. It's pretty cool. So other things about Monaco, it even has its own Monaco Rally event. One of the top Monaco Rally is one of the world's toughest rally car events. And I mean, they did World Rally events since 1911, and it is a very, very tough little event. Due to its, like I said, like similar to Monaco Grand Prix, this area is very tight. And it features one of the most famous special stages in the world, from Le Blisbu to Suspel, one of the most very famous. It's a very famous special stage. It's a very difficult as well. It is pretty cool. Yeah, that is a little bit about Monaco. We're gonna pick up some bit of. Lower the a little bit. So yeah, guys. So that is a bit about Monaco. I wish I had my music, but I'll have to make do with the sounds of a DC-3, which, I mean, I'm not complaining. It's a DC-3. Also, in addition to this, some more Monaco facts. Monaco has the world's highest nominal GDP per capita at 185,742 US dollars. As well. And it also has the world's lowest poverty rate and the highest numbers of billionaires and millionaires per capita in the world. It also has some of the most expensive real estate market, around $58,300 per square meter. And the most expensive apartments located here in Monaco, a penthouse at the Odeon Tower was actually valued at, get this, in 2016, $335 million US for for an apartment. For an apartment. 335 million. I don't think it, I mean, I know some of you complain about your apartment taxes and your expenses. I don't think like I don't think you guys have to ever worry about that. It is posh and rich. I kid you not. It's expensive to live in Monaco. I mean, small area, lots of casinos, gambling. Yeah, that's a pretty big reason. It's also tourism is a big deal in Monaco due to its casino and pleasant climate. It's a banking center too. In fact, Monaco is the only place in Europe for banking that where credit card points are not redeemable. And of course, obviously, Monaco is very famous for its gambling industry, which has been planned since Florestan I, the Prince of Monaco, in 1846. As well, and also in addition, Monaco has pretty low taxes too. Um, and that's why it's a tax haven um, by foreigners. I mean, pretty cool stuff. So yeah, that's about Monaco traditions. But the history of Monaco goes all the way back to the Phoenician Greeks in the 6th century BC. Then, in fact, according to an ancient myth, Hercules passed through the Monaco area and turned away the previous gods, and they had to build the temple there. So the city was originally called Monoikos. Then it ended up in the Roman Empire and handed over to Genoa. And all that. So that's kind of been some of the history. Well, at least with the DC-3, we are moving quite a bit faster. We're moving quite a bit faster in DC-3 compared to the Junkers. We're moving considerably fast. Yeah, we're moving 165 knots. We're moving quite fast. Gonna get me some rest. Okay. I've already. Okay. Let's see what I can do. Ah, there you go. Okay. So I got. Okay, guys. I have some GeoGuessr actually. I decided, you know what, I'm gonna play it. Um, so we could play 4 countries in 15 minutes, 21st century, brands, Christmas, Europe, all that sort of stuff. I've already completed all those, so what do you guys want me to do some quizzing? Should we launch a flight over Italy? You should remain. I understand you remain south of the Alps. Correct. We're flying along the Italian coast. So I'm going to play some bit of GeoGuessr for a little bit to pass the time since I have no audio. So let's go ahead and play some GeoGuessr. So I think since we are still in Europe, we're going to play Europe Part 2. Let's do that. 15 questions in 5 cities in European countries. Don't worry, I got you. Don't have to worry. Pinpoint the location on the map. Oh, I think I know. This is easy. We are in Barcelona. That's easy. Yeah, that was easy. That for guys that don't know, that's Barcelona. That's easy. That's because that is the Lagarda Familia. That thing is still being built, mind you. Even now, this thing was still being built. It's a landmark in the sim, by the way, but that's Barcelona. That's easy. Easy for Viper Strike. Who is the architect behind the it's Antonio Gaudi. I did a whole thing around Spain, so I knew that name pretty easily. That's easy as well. Barcelona has 2 official languages. It is Catalan. It's Catalan and Spanish. That's because the region of Barcelona is in one of the old kingdoms of It's Catalonia. Catalonia is one of the administrative regions in Spain, and it has its own dialect of Catalan, and obviously Spanish because of the whole unified Spain thing. So that's a pretty easy. All right, sorting time. Let's sort. Foreign cities in Spain's population. Salamanca, I think, is smaller. Madrid is definitely one of the largest. And Barcelona, and Seville is probably right. Oh, I got everything else right. Seville was the 3rd largest city in Spain. I didn't know they had quizzes. Yeah, it's GeoGuessr, but it's quizzes. I did so because it's a little easier, it's a little simple, and I can complete them a little faster. Pinpoint the location. Oh, welcome to Amsterdam, guys. $936 but yes, we're in Amsterdam. Amsterdam's very well known for its it's Amsterdam. It's pretty easy to guess. It's Amsterdam got named what? A dam on the River Amstel. The Dutch phrase "I'm a dame." I'm gonna go a dam on the Amstel. Yep, that's correct. Amsterdam got named up. Next one. Which flower is obviously it's tulips. I mean, you don't need me to tell it's tulips. But the interesting story about tulips, if you wonder how the heck did tulips manage to even get their way into the Netherlands in the first place, you could thank the Turks for that. The Turks gave them the tulips, and it turns out the Netherlands has great conditions to grow them, so they became very popular with the Netherlands. Order these Dutch born with a born. Among Tiesto. Sure. Johan Cruden. Okay. Vincent van Gogh is oldest. And Rimbaud is right. Like I said, I don't know these Dutch people, but yeah. Oh. Pinpoint the location. Where am I at this? Okay, we're in Italy. Elephant. We're in France. We're in France somewhere. Oh, I think I know where we're at. It's Polish. It's probably Warsaw, if I remember correctly. No, oh, it's Krakow. Okay, but it's still in Poland because I can definitely tell the Polish language. Hey, good to see you, King Cobra. How many sites are there in the world? 502. Ah, no, it's a 1,154 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Which sausage comes from Kielbasa? Yeah, good to see you, King Cobra. Yeah, this is Kielbasa. Yeah, Kielbasa is a very famous Polish sausage. Bratwurst is from Germany. Which of these countries are largest by area? Poland is smaller than Ukraine. Croatia is smaller than Poland. Sweden is larger than Poland, but it's less. And Bulgaria is bigger than Croatia, but smaller than Poland. Got it. Viper's getting the GeoGuessr thing right. Yep, that's correct. Pinpoint the location. Where are we at this? Oh. I think this might be Oslo? I think it might be Oslo. Oh, no. It was actually in... Oh, it was Prague. Darn it. It was Prague. Prague's in Czechia. The Biela runs through Prague. Which river does it merge with? It goes... It was Elbe. All the Elbe River. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting rusty here. My apologies. I'm getting rusty. Which year did it separate? It separated in 1993. That was the Velvet Revolution. That's what split Czechoslovakia into Czechia and Slovakia. In terms of the countries by population, Poland is definitely larger than Slovakia. It's got nearly 4. Austria, I think it's... Yep. Germany, definitely the largest in the EU. Yep, that's it. Pinpoint the location. This is still Europe. I think we might be. Is it? It's. I don't think it's in Athens. I think it's Thessaloniki. Yeah, and it's also got GR, so I think it's in Thessaloniki. Oh, it's in Athens, but hey, I still got pretty close. It is in Greece. We're gonna be heading to Greece on next Sunday. By the way, guys, we're gonna be heading next Sunday to Greece. So the first Model Olympics was held in 1896 in Athens. That's where the first Olympic Games made their home here in 1896. What's the official name of Greece? Hellenic Republic is the official name of Greece. Yes, you see, in Greek terms, Hellas is actually the official name of Greece. I know I'm not cussing. That's actually how they say it. Order the Greek islands from smallest to largest. Salamis is smaller than Crete. Evia is probably bigger. Kos is probably somewhere in the middle. Okay. And Rhodes is, I think, yep, that's it. Got it. Yeah, I did some geocacher stuff. And we're done with the game. I finished with 81,000 points. Nice. Okay. So that is it for the GeoGuessr. For now, at least. So let's check our fuel situation. We are 54 on the main tanks, for each of the main tanks. Once we get below 20, we're going to switch. We're going to switch to auxiliary tanks and see if we can make the journey the rest of the way here. But yeah, great to see you, King Cobra 74. We just did some of the GeoGuessr stuff just to pass the time. Remember, some of these legs are going to be very long. Now, I don't think the flight from Croatia to Greece is going to take too long, but the one afterwards, we're going to be flying not only to Tel Aviv, Israel, we're also going to do a short flight into Jordan, too. And that one is probably going to take a pretty good while for them. But the real one, the first part of the journey that will be really long, is probably the flight from Jordan to Bahrain would be one of the longest. Into the Avionics scene. Yeah, I hope you're all doing well. I hope I'm doing enough to entertain you guys. At least I know we still got 342 nautical miles remaining. Possibly another 2 hours till we get done with the trip. And I mean, we're flying this pretty good. Let's see who's still flying along here today. While we're out here in the middle of the Ligurian Sea. We have Mongo, we have Nebo, Whack-a-Moles further back. So thank you guys so much for flying along today. I mean, it's been an absolute blast today. I mean, I'm super happy to be back streaming again for the first time in 2023. It's great to be streaming again. Hopefully next stream, on Wednesday stream, I'll be fixing that Twitch soundtrack issue. And we can have our live music, and we can have tons of fun. Yeah, I absolutely love the DC-3. It's an absolute beast. Yeah, we're cruising around 165. I said that we'll be flying around 150 to 165 knots. They flew at around 135 knots, but I want to fly a little faster. So, know what? Since while we're here, I think we could do one more GeoGuessr for a little bit, if you guys don't mind. I think I have enough time for another round of GeoGuessr. I'll have another quiz. We're gonna do one more quiz, and we're doing we're gonna do some fun with the flags. We're gonna do some fun with the flags. We're gonna do some some vexillology, which is to say flags. This flag is New Zealand's flag. Yeah, this is New Zealand's, by the way. Australia's flag is white with red. How many stars is it in the European Union flag? I think 16. No, it's 12. Yeah, the European Union has 12 stars on its flag. How are you navigating? Oh. Which one is the successful South Korean? Oh, this is tough. It is A. Yeah, it's A. Okay, by the way, FD, I'm navigating through Little Nav Map. By the way, I am navigating through this using Little Nav Map. But what I did actually, to find the coordinates, I actually went to, let me give you the link for that. So I'm navigating through this for Little Nav Map. If you guys want to know where I actually found out how they flew, I actually went on this website here. It's for the web archive, but it goes through, this is follow their radar coordinates and GPS, and they flew where they went. So I actually followed them through that, and that's how I got the flight path for today. So that is how I am navigating for today. I'm navigating through Little Nav Map. And it's completely free, by the way, FD. It's completely free, you don't have to pay for it, which is great. Which one is the correct Argentinian flag? It is C. C is the obvious correct one. You saw that flag plenty of times in the World Cup. And it says here the 7A is the national anthem of Argentina as well as Uruguay. And it's engraved in the first Argentinian coins. It's not the sun's name. Which one is the correct Brazilian flag? It is B. No, it's a lighter shade. Brazil's flag is lighter shade of green, containing 27 stars representing each of the Brazilian states, and the different constellations are represented. And the national motto is Ordem e Progresso, meaning order and progress. Which one is the correct Malaysian? Yeah, B is the flag. It's a crescent of the stars. The crescent of the star is a common symbol for Islam, which is the state religion of Malaysia. The 14 points of the star represent unity between the member states and the federal territory. Okay. Which color is missing in this Norwegian flag? It's obviously missing the blue. It's one. I know Norway. I've been doing the Norway tour, so I know blue is obviously the missing color flag of Norway. Which color is missing from South Africa's flag? Oh yeah, the yellow. Yellow's missing. Yellow. And this one's missing green. India's flag is orange, white. Which color is missing this Colombian flag? Oh yeah, it's missing the red. This Colombian flag. Which color is missing from the flag? Oh yeah, it's circle. Lao is missing its well-known circle on the flag. The current Lao flag was actually designed back in 1945 to be distinct from the then Royalist flag. Between 1975 and 1945-75, it was not the official flag, but in late 1975, it was readopted by Pathet Lao when they come to power. Yeah, if you guys ever been to Laos, it's a really cool country in the sim. It's a very underappreciated place to fly. What is the big animal behind the American flag? It is an eagle. Yes, the eagle impaling the snake on the cactus. Which is, in fact, this is a reference to Tenochtitlan, the center of the Aztec Empire. According to the legend, an eagle on a cactus devoured a serpent, which signaled the Aztecs were to lay the foundation of Tenochtitlan, aka Mexico City, one of the world's great capitals. And finally, we have what's missing the flag of Ghana. Oh, the star. Ghana was missing its star. The symbol is called the Black Star of Africa, symbol meaning towards Africa and Ghana in particular. The Ghana national soccer team also goes by the nickname the Black Stars. We have 2 more questions remaining. So let's see if we can get this one right. Which parrot's hidden in it? It is the checkered. It's missing the Croatia's flag. We're going to visit Croatia. It's checkered flag. The coat of arms is checkered. I kid you not. Also, Croatia is famous for its neckties. I would love to visit Laos in real life. Yeah, the thing about Laos, though, is Laos is really isolated from much of Asia compared to... Oh, which one has used this flag? That flag is Libya's flag. This used to be Libya. That was worn by Gaddafi. Gaddafi, he wore that flag. The flag currently used was the old Kingdom of Libya's flag. So that's it. I finished 64,160 points. Spirit Shield from other travels from my perspective. Yeah, it is remote, very much. I flew in the sim. I could tell it is remote. So guys, that is it. I think we just about made landfall into Italy. Okay. We just made landfall in the mainland of Italy. And yeah, this part of Italy, middle part of Italy, gets really hilly. So we're going to need to climb up to altitude. Now, for me, doing long flights isn't new for me. I've done plenty of long flights before, but I've never done some of these on stream. So, usually for all my times I've done streaming, I've been usually streaming for about 2 or 3 hours. This is usually how long it takes. The rare exceptions was some of my Yonkers JD52 journeys took me a bit longer. That one took about 5 hours. And of course, that July 4th stream I did earlier in the year, I had a massive July 4th adventure, if you guys recall. And I flew through over many American landmarks on July 4th. It was from Norfolk to Boston. It was in the kit box. I didn't think it would take 7 hours, but it did. But that was also one of my best streams I've done. I did tons of research on all of it. And I know everyone really enjoyed that stream. Yeah, Italy is very mountainous. Yeah, Italy is especially mountainous. It's the central part of the country. But yeah, Italy is very mountainous throughout the entire country. Especially in the central part of Italy, the northern border with the Alps, and also Sardinia gets a little bit mountainous. Though not as much as Corsica does. Yeah, this area gets pretty mountainous. And we're going to go ahead and prepare to turn. We're going to turn the heading. So we're going to go ahead and turn left so we can get prepared to get up through the hill. Italy is very mountainous, very much. So down below is to our left is Riviera Tregiso is to our left of one of our small. And of course, I'm also doing this, guys, for Firefly Air. I know this is not the main point of the channel, but if you click the link, it'll take you over to the brilliant folks at Firefly Air, the virtual airline of the two-tone Murphy community. We're the most popular airline on FS Hub. We do all sorts of things. We have league tables. And speaking about events that have with Firefly Air, that hasn't happened since I streamed. Firefly Air didn't open one hub. It opened two new hubs. One in Quito. I voted for the new hub in Quito. That was my number one choice. Quito is a great airport. It's handcrafted in the scenery, and it's right in beautiful Ecuador, right next to Quito, which is an absolutely great area in the sim to fly, which I think it is really cool. The other one was a surprise hub. Murph wanted to open a surprise hub, and he opened it in Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil. But definitely, those are two really great places to have a hub. So yeah, we're currently now trying to get votes. We're trying to get more XP for a hub potentially either in Asia or Africa would be the next choice. But yeah, this airline has really, really grown. We have over 320 pilots. I flew for over 1,500 hours of flight time, over 2,000 flights. I mean, it's pretty crazy how much flying we've all been doing. Crazy. It's completely free. We have access to tons of stuff. We have tons of achievements. We have not just for FS Hub, but for the airline, and it's just really simple. We have cards, we have everything. I voted for Quito as well. Yeah, Quito's a great choice. Yeah, it's very iconic. The airport is a very stunning facility. It's the only 5-star rated airport in the Western Hemisphere by Skytrax. It's in a great area. Quito's great. It's handcrafted, and like I said, the location's perfect for a South America hub. I mean, you can access most of South America within 3,000 miles, but also because you're pretty far north, you open up the Caribbean, South America, Central America, Mexico, and even some destinations in the United States actually opens up to airliners, which I think is great. And I helped create the routes for the Quito hub. I created some of the routes, mainly around South America, but also Central America, the Caribbean, Mexico, and even some of the U.S. flights, including one that connects to our hub in Tahoe. So that would definitely be a really cool hub. But yeah, I'm very happy to pick Quito too. It's a great location. And by the way, if you ever been to Quito, well, Quito is pretty well known for its altitude. I mean, Quito is, I mean, it's the second highest capital city in the world. Only behind, I believe, oh yeah, La Paz is the only one higher than Quito, but it's got lots of historic center. The Quito's historic center is one of the largest and most preserved in the Americas, and they were in fact, they were the first World Cultural Heritage sites by UNESCO. Yeah, Quito's a really cool city with a rich history. Yeah, very cool. Nice. Thanks for the work you do. Hey, no worries. I'm doing more than just in fact, I go on street to promote the airline. I put on some of the most miles for the airline. And as an admin, I do a lot of the admin. I still remember the keto approach from FSX. Yeah. In fact, the one you probably did it in FSX was actually the old keto airport. It was the old keto airport. Sierra Echo Quebec uniform. That's when you did the old 747 approach. But yeah, keto. The old airport is a very tricky one to land because it's really right next to downtown, and basically you don't have much room for error in case if you run off of traffic and everything. You do not have much room to error, and it's extremely high altitude. 9,170 feet. The new airport was built, thankfully, in lower elevation, and the runway is much, much longer runway. 3,000 more feet. Yeah, it's a very tricky airport, but thankfully the new one is not nearly as tricky, and the new airport has, I mean, the scenery is great, too. You have a lot of the mountains and former volcanoes. And of course, I also picked Quito because it's the fastest way to get to the Galapagos, which, if you ever did some of your history lessons, would probably tell you about. So let's check on the fuel light. Okay, we have 40% main on the mains, so 40% left on the mains. I remember you had to do a turn right. Yeah. Yeah, I had to do kind of a turn right before final. Very much so. You still have a way to go before. Let's just look at who. But yeah, I'm hoping that maybe after I do the Northway stream, I might be doing a Jeppesen 2001's Victoria Falls, so we'll be doing that sort of stream. And then spend the last couple minutes just have fun in that city as well. Just continue going straight. We are 209. We just passed over 300. So afterwards, I'm going to go ahead and start a slideshow. And we're going to go back to... Oh, I know where to go back. Croatia. Okay, guys. Let's learn about Croatia today. Now, yes, we're going to go an overview of all of it. but to be fair, we have a lot of time to. We have over 2 hours. We have plenty of time to talk about Croatia today. So in Croatia, this country is very it's unique among European countries in the region. It's the crossroads of Central and Southeast Europe, with the coast in the Baltic Sea. Its capital, largest city, is Zagreb, and it spans over 56,594 square kilometers, or 21,851 square miles. Population 3.9 million people live in Croatia. The Croat people actually arrived here in the late 6th century. The Croats are a South Slavic group, and by the 9th century they organized the territory into 2 duchies, the Duchy of Croatia, and was first internationally recognized as independent on June 7, 1879, during the reign of Duke Branimir. The first king was Tomislav, elevating Croatia to be a kingdom, and during the successive crisis, the Tripolitanic dynasty ended and created a personal union with Hungary. And that lasted until the Croatian parliament elected Ferdinand I of Austria to the Croatian throne. Then in 1918, the state of Slovenians, Croats, and Serbs, independent from Austria-Hungary, was proclaimed in Zagreb and merged to the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. Then it became a Nazi puppet state in 1941 before being back to being a communist and reintegrated back to Yugoslavia. Then on June 25, 1991, Croatia declared independence from Yugoslavia. Croatia is currently now a republic under a parliamentary system, member of the EU, NATO, UN, and more. In fact, just today, Croatia actually just replaced its national currency with the euro. Actually, today, following enough, becoming the 20th member of the Eurozone. And of course, it is also now part of the Schengen area. Croatia is a high-income economy. It's a highly ranked country in HDI, service, industrial sectors, and more. And tourism is a major part of Croatia's economy. Yeah, they have the euro from today. Yep, that's the case. And obviously, it is also one of the top 20 most popular tourist destinations, and with the EU being its main trading partner. So the history of Croatia goes pretty far back. In fact, Croatia's history is kind of rich, but this here is a timeline of each of the era. These are some of the most important events in Croatian history. But I'll go over here for the expansion. So beforehand, this area was part of Rome. From 168 BC, it actually became part of Rome as Illyricum. And it became part of the Roman Empire until the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. And then it became part of Byzantine, and then the Byzantines lost their claim and ended up being the Duchy of Croatia. Starting in 600, Pograd became Knez at the Principality of Littoral Croatia. On June 7, 789, Pope John VIII styled Knez Branimir as Duke of Croats, recognizing Croatia as an independent state. In 926 AD, Croatia and Bulgaria battled, and Tomislav defeated the invading forces of the Bulgarian Empire, which is what happened here during this time, during the Battle of the Bosnian Highlands. There's many other important Croatian rulers we know of. And then in 1102 AD, after the defeat against the Hungarians, the army there was a personal union between Croatia and Romania, with Koloman the Learned as the ruler, and it entered the Arpad dynasty during that time. And then in 1345, the siege of Zadar was laid by the Republic of Venice over the city of Zadar, and he actually succeeded in beating the Republic of Venice and signed the Treaty of Zadar, which handed over control over to the Croats. However, the worst thing that happened was in 1444, November 10th, the Battle of Varna, known as the Crusade of Varna. And the Polish king Władysław was killed during the battle, and it ended up being a pretty massive defeat for the anti-Ottoman forces. And as a result, it caused the Ottomans to expand into Balkans. And then December 1526, Ferdinand I created a new union in the Habsburg monarchy. And he ends up being the king of Hungary, which in turn was also now the king of Croatia, and forming the modern Austrian Empire. Hey, Foxtrot, good to see you. Oh, the fire connection's working fantastic, Fox. I don't think I've dropped frames. So guys, Foxtrot here is he's not just one of my mods. He's also a fantastic flight sim content creator. Fox has always been one of my absolutely closest people, and a person I'm very thankful for New Year's. Flox, actually wait, Flox is 499 followers. One of you guys in chat, get Flox to 500, please. That would be the one good thing I'll tell you to do. Someone please give Flox his 500 follower, because I don't think there are not many people that deserve to have 500 followers more than Flox. Flox is one awesome dude. Which one of you lucky people is going to help you out as well? Oh yeah, and yeah, we too also. I've also been part of Flox's streams as well. I've been helping out with some of his stuff. So yeah, it's great to see you, my friend. I'm glad to be back with the rest of the crew. And I mean, got a huge rate earlier today from Murph, and I got a ton of follows today. I mean, today has been a great day with follows. So yeah, I've been very happy. Very, very, very happy. So yeah, we're currently heading to Zagreb today. So we started from Geneva, we went to Avignon, had a bit of refueling, and then we went around the Mediterranean, the French Riviera, through Nice and Monaco, and we're now heading into the mainland of Italy. So that's going to be as well. I'm going to go ahead and turn right. Thankfully, though, I'm going to go ahead and reduce altitude. We don't need to be this high. I know the map says it has altitude, but don't trust the map thing too much. Case of here. So yeah, we were talking about the history of Croatia, so we're going to descend slightly. So part 2 of this timeline will be more moments in Croatia's history. Let's start in the 1600s. So after Ferdinand became the throne, there was a rivalry between a civil war in Croatia, but later the crowns were united under the Habsburgs. In the same century, because of Croatia's weakness as well. And this led to, in 1566, the siege of Zaveltkar. The Ottoman forces suffered losses in taking the fortress of it, which forced them to abandon their claim in Vienna just for a short while. Then, after much talk about the 17th century with the Croatian generals, then the decline. Then afterwards, in 1756, the capital was actually moved to Vrazdan for a bit, until eventually it will be moved back to Zagreb. In 1868, we had the Croatian-Hungarian settlement, which was an issue as well. Then during the 19th century with the Napoleonic Wars, it helped brought in national revival of Croatian nationalism in the 19th century to counteract the Germanization and Magyarization of Croatia, which is Austrian and Hungarian influence, allowing Croatia to return its national sovereignty. And then eventually they had some revolutions and all that. Then during the events of World War I actually happened, with Franz Ferdinand of Austria being assassinated on June 20, 1914, on the Archduke was assassinated and caused World War One. And since Austria was part of Austria-Hungary, Croatia, they were involved in World War One and suffered a lot of losses in World War. Then after the war, the state of Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs joined with Serbia to form Yugoslavia. However, there were some issues with it. Mainly, the big issue was Croatian national sentiment, and as a result, there's definitely some issues, and that led to the Germans taking advantage and formed a puppet state in 1941, led by one of the most infamous people that no one talks about World War II, Ante Pavlik, one of the most infamous World War II dictators no one ever talks about. I mean, his regime was absolutely horrifying. Because he was the leader of the UTAS, a radical right-wing party. He, similar to the Nazis, he enacted racial laws and he formed concentration camps for the Serbs, Romani, and Jewish populations, along with opponents of the regime, including the most infamous one being at Jasenovac, which was one of the largest concentration camps in Europe, and mainly the main people they killed were Serbs. 330,000 Serbs were killed. It was a brutal atrocity. Then after the war, Croatia was reintegrated back into Yugoslavia, led by Tito as well. And it was part of the non-aligned movement like the rest of Yugoslavia, until it was starting to break up after Tito's death. Yugoslavia was facing a lot of issues, and then Croatia declared independence in 1991, which led to the Croatian War of Independence, which lasted until 1995. Then after the war, it became closer and closer ties to Europe, and on April 1st, 2009, Croatia joins NATO. And then it later became an EU membership in 2013. So, yeah, that is a bit about Croatia's history. So, yeah, Croatia's got a bit of an interesting history as well. This is just a brief timeline. Like I said, I don't want to get into too much detail because I'm going to cover all of it and I'm going to go ahead and reset that. I'm going to go. But yeah, I definitely like this DC-3 Phlox. It's a really great plane for the sim to fly. So yeah, so Phlox, I hope we got the 500 today. Let's see if someone managed to get Phlox 500, because he's just one follower away. Just one more of your lucky people will get to follow Foxtrot. Let me do this one more time. There, Foxtrot, join us and follow him. There you go. Here's the normal Twitch shout. Join and follow Phlox. Give him the 500. Add in just the pitch, and we're gonna get ready to fly. Okay, guys. Now let's talk a little bit more about Croatia for a bit. Oh. Yeah, this is really cool. So this is the main flatland here in Italy. So yeah. So guys, let's go ahead and get more of the slideshow done. So this is Croatia's history, and let's talk about Croatia's geography next. So Croatia, we all know, has quite the interesting geography itself. First, the country's shape is kind of different from a lot of other countries. See, Croatia is shaped differently. It's the 127th largest country in the world with around 56,594 square kilometers. Bordered by Bosnia and Herzegovina in Serbia to the east, Slovenia in the west, Hungary in the north, and Montenegro in the south, in the Adriatic Sea. Croatia's territorial waters encompass 18,981 square kilometers. Now, the two major geographical parts of Croatia are the Pannonian Basin and the Dinaric Alps, along with the Adriatic Basin represent that. The bulk of Croatia is made of lowlands with elevation of less than 200 meters above sea level, and most of the lowlands can be found in the north, especially in Slavonia, which is to the northeast. The greatest concentration of ground at high elevations is found in the more mountainous regions, which is we're going to be flying over a bit today. Most of Croatia's territory is encompassed by the drainage from the Black Sea, including the Danube, Sava, Drava, Mor, and Kupa rivers. And it has a lot of diverse ecoregions as well. Of course, with its territory looking like this, there is quite a few border disputes, but mainly the big one is the maritime disputes between not only Croatia and Slovenia, but also in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There's still some contention. There's also the Dinaric Alps, which has been around since the Triassic times. And the tallest points here include the 1,181 meter Zumbrek Mountains, and the highest mountain in Croatia is Dinara at 6,007 feet. There's also lots of caves in the Croatia as well. And of course, Croatia is not just pretty cool in terms of geography. It's also very biodiverse, which, I mean, makes sense. Croatia's very diverse biologically. It has some of the richest in all of Europe in terms of biodiversity due to all the different sub-regions, like the Mediterranean, Alpine, then you have the Pannonian biographic region, and the continental areas. There's also lots of different caves and stuff. And there's terms a lot of really cool wildlife here. You can find several species like invertebrates, or like mammals, birds, reptiles, fish, and more. So it's pretty rich in biodiversity. And then governance. Well, Croatia's governed in a unitary constitutional state. It's with a parliament system. The government powers in Croatia are mainly the legislative, executive, and judiciary powers. So the president is the head of state. In Croatian is known as President Republic. He's elected on a 5-year term and limited to 2 terms by the Constitution. In addition to serving as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, he also has procedural duty of appointing the Prime Minister within the Parliament, and he even has some influence in foreign policy. The government is headed by the Prime Minister, who also has 4 deputy prime ministers and 16 different ministers in charge of sectors. As the executive branch, it is responsible for proposing legislation and budget, enforcing laws, and guiding foreign and internal policies. And the government's actually seated here at the Banski Dvori in Zagreb. So usually I don't like to talk about politics, but I'm trying to do it in I'm not talking about certain topics, but rather talking about how the system works. Then the legislature. The legislative is a unicameral legislative body. There's 2 chambers, the Chamber of Counties, which was set in 1993, as well, and they meet through the Sabor. And basically the number of representatives can vary from 100 to 160 and are elected by popular vote, serving 4-year terms. And the Sabor meets in public sessions in 2 periods. The first from January 15th to June 30th, and the second between September 15th and December 15th. This is where they usually meet. Oh. And finally, the judiciary. Well, the judiciary in Croatia, it is a 3-tiered independent judicial system. The Supreme Court is the highest court of appeal in Croatia, and usually the case open to hearing and judgments are made publicly. Then there's also other specialized courts, like the commercial court and superior commercial court, which is misdemeanor courts, and constitutional courts too. The president of the Supreme Court is elected on a 4-year term by the Croatian Parliament, and as of 2017, the current president is Doro Sesa. There's also civil criminal departments with the lower 2 levels of consistent county courts and municipal. So kind of that's how politically Croatia is made up for, as well, and how it's governed. In terms of militaries and all that as well, Croatia is also divided into counties since the Middle Ages. In fact, Croatia's been pretty much divided. It's got tons of divisions into 20 different counties. As of 1992, Croatia is divided into 20 counties in the capital Zagreb, having dual authority as both a county and they have tons of it. Now let's talk about Croatia's economy. Now, in terms of economy, Croatia is currently developing, but it has a very high income economy and it's currently developing, with its GDP capita being $17,398 per capita in 2021, which has grown. Most of the people are employed in services, followed by industry and in agriculture. A lot of it's still recovering from the Croatian War of Independence. They're still rebuilding much of it, but it's grown quite a bit since then. But one of the biggest things about Croatia is actually tourism. Tourism is a huge deal in Croatia, is tourism. Croatia has been a very popular tourist destination over the last couple of years and so. Due to its great climate, its great location, and it goes all, and the tourism in Croatia goes all the way back to Austria-Hungary when a lot of aristocrats come here. But it was expanded even more in the 60s and 70s under Yugoslavia. And it's one of the most visited tourist destinations here in the Mediterranean. So why would Croatia be such a great time for tourism? Well, for a couple reasons. Especially if you're in the Adriatic coast, there's tons of great regions. Istra has lots of beautiful stuff. Istra, including the city of Porak with its UNESCO-protected Euphrasia Basilica, with 6th century mosaics of Byzantine art. The Istra region also contains Pula, with one of the best preserved Roman amphitheaters in the world. The Pula Amphitheater, which is still going on for Rome, and it's still used as an amphitheater. There's also Brunigi National Park in Istra, then there's also the Highlands, which has beautiful nature scenery in terms of nature. You have some beautiful coast. And then the big one being Dalmatia, with Zadar having national parks, and it also has some of its old Roman structures still remaining. Like the former basilica and temple were still there from the Roman times. And of course, Split, which is Croatia's second largest city, also has a lot of Romanesque heritage, including Diocletian's palace from the 4th century AD. And then, of course, Dubrovnik, with the highlight being the Spallanza Palace. The rector's palace as well is very famous and all around the area. So basically, there's a lot of really beautiful sites here, with history going back to the Roman times. And in fact, it's home to quite a lot of UNESCO World Heritage Sites, including Pinnavis Lakes National Park, the Old City of Dubrovnik, the Cathedral St. James. But yeah, Croatia is a very popular tourist destination. People flock here. It definitely would be one of the places I would love. It would be really. So yeah, that would be a bit about the tourist destinations here. Let's see if we can knock out a few more. Okay, transport in Croatia. So in terms of transportation in Croatia, Croatia relies on several modes of different transportations, including car, train, ship, and plane. The road network incorporates a network of state, county, and local routes by number of highways. And of course, water transport as well, based on many of its ports, mainly Rijeka, Ploiești, Split, and Zadar, with access to different rivers. So in terms of air transport, Croatia has 9 civil, 13 sport, and 3 military airports, with 9 international airports, including Zagreb, which is Croatia's largest, Split Airport, Dubrovnik, Zadar, Pula, and Rijeka airports. Osijek, Bol, and Mali Loznic are the 9 international airports. Croatia has also its own state flag carrier, Croatia Airlines, which serves to a lot of Europe. There's also quite a few railways and passenger train lines operating throughout much of the Croatian countryside, but also into Bosnia as well, allowing to connect them between different cities. And they continue to improve a lot of the railway structure throughout much of the 2010s and 2020s. And of course, the major road transport as well. In fact, the highways in Croatia have been known as one of the most modern and safe highways in all of Europe, because a lot of it has been recently constructed. So there's that. There's bus traffic, and of course, marine transport has been around for a very long time with its ports. The largest cargo port is in Rijeka, while the most busy passenger one is Zadar. They have different ferries to get around many of the islands here, because there's tons of islands around Dalmatia. So yeah, that is a bit about the transportation bit of Croatia. So yeah, we're not very far at all from our stop. So let's see how much fuel we still have left. 21% of our fuel remaining. I'm going to go ahead and switch to my auxiliary tanks. I'm going to go ahead and switch. We're going to go ahead and switch. That way we can switch our auxiliary tanks and we can get ready to go forward a bit. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I mean, I'm happy to be back, and I know this is not usually my streams are usually much shorter, but I mean, I've been really enjoying it. When I get the music soundtrack back, I mean, I think this stream will be even more enjoyable. I think you guys could agree with me on that. But yeah, today's been a fantastic day. I want to have a massive shout out to all of you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming to today's stream. I mean, I didn't think I would get this much viewers and all that, but I mean, it's a massive thank you for everyone for all the hard work you've done as well. So yeah, we are about less than 215 nautical miles away. We have another hour left to go. But yeah, these are going to be what our streams are going to be like in the next couple of hours. I guess I now understand what Allison Johnson is to go through. But yeah, it's great to be back, Fox, and I 100% agree. I've been really missing out on a lot of streams. I need to catch up. As well. So, so just gonna take a break from all this as well. I'm gonna actually get back on GeoGuessr again. And do another sort of quiz. Mute. There we go. Another quiz. Let's do another GeoGuessr quiz. Let's go with Ooh, World War II. Let's go with WW2. That's more about World War II with location stuff. So 8 questions in 4 locations. So let's do some World War II stuff. Why? Germany invaded the country on 1st September. Do you know which one in the next round? Oh, this one's easy. I know this one. Find the country. On September 1st, 1939, Germany invaded Poland. Yes, Germany invaded Poland. Yeah. He invaded the Poles. Well, it was because of the Soviet Union at the time. If you guys want historical context about all this, during the events of the war, Nazi Germany got along with the Soviets because of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Because of this, he didn't have to worry about the Soviet Union initially, so he invaded Poland. Which, so there was that. Which countries declared war against Germany 2 days ago? Easy. France and Great Britain. It couldn't be the Soviet Union and France because the Soviets had the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Italy and Germany were allies, and the U.S. was politically neutral. So France and Great Britain just meet the most. I mean that's why I do that. But who was his predecessor? His predecessor was Neville Chamberlain, by the way. For guys that don't know, Neville Chamberlain was pretty well known for his appeasantist policies to Adolf Hitler in the Nazi Germans, which I guess a lot of Brits were not happy. He was keep appeasing them. He tried to keep Britain out of the war, but ended up eventually Britain did have to get involved in the war, ironically. Which are the 3 principal powers of the Axis? Germany, Italy, and Japan. So Germany and Italy and Japan were part of the Tripartite Pact back in 1936, which put the 2 powers together. That's what the principal members of the Axis were supposed to be. Munich. What does Blitzkrieg mean? Blitzkrieg is lightning war. Krieg means war in German, and Blitz means lightning. So lightning war. Blitz is fast, which can mean lightning. So there you go. German. 1940. At Pearl, where we are at in the next round. Pinpoint the location. Oh, I know this location pretty easily. We are in Hawaii, but not just any state. We are going right here, Ford Island. We're right in Pearl Harbor. We're put right next to Ford Island. In Hawaii now. American Allied forces invaded the location we're at in the next round. They landed here in Normandy, of all places. Oh, 12 miles away, but I picked Sword Beach because but that's around the Normandy area, so there you go. Rome, Tokyo, Berlin, Tokyo. Yes, that axis. What is the Normandy also called? D-Day. Also, aka Operation Overlord, because that was the military call sign. So yeah, Viper's right. Viper's good about remembering this. The United States dropped the atomic bomb at Hiroshima. Hiroshima. That's where they dropped the nuclear bomb. In Hiroshima. The first one. Yep. It's located right in Peace Park, but I put it right next to it. It was at Hiroshima. And the second bomb was dropped on Nagasaki, the little boy. Batman dropped on Hiroshima, little boy on Nagasaki. Let's go on to post-war activities, alright? Let's go post-World War II. Between what years was the Second World War? 1939 to 1945. Because the war started September 1st, and it is... 1945 was the official end. And finally, the final question. But where was it first drafted? It was first drafted all the way back, I believe, drafted in, I think, oh, I was wrong. San Francisco? What? Oh, close. San Francisco. And I guess we could do one more quiz. Let's go with... I can't, animals, 4 countries, Christmas, flags, foods and drinks. Okay, let's do something more fun. How about food and food of the world? Let's do this one. Food in the world. We have no locations, so find the country. Which country does this food from? It is chicken. I believe fried shrimp with this originated in probably Thailand. Oh yes, yes, I got it, Thailand. I figured Thai shrimp with the Thai sauces. Yes, I got it. Which spears are served with Swedish meatballs? Easy, lingonberry. Lingonberry is very popular in the Scandinavian countries. Very, very popular. Which country did this originate from? This came from spring rolls, I believe. I know a lot of Asian dishes have it, but I believe that's an American invention. I think the United States. Oh, it was originated in Vietnam. Okay. I thought it was a Vietnamese dish, a Vietnamese American dish. Baba ganoush. Popularized by the Middle East. What is the primary ingredient of the dish? Chickpeas. Eggplant? Eggplant? Huh. Okay. Well, I guess I'll learn more when I get the opportunity to fly. Which country does this rice dish originate from? Oh, this is paella. That's Spain. Yep, it's paella. Spanish. What gave paella the dish of its name? Paella is the cooking pan. Yeah, paella in Spanish is cooking pan, so that's all. Let's find the country. Round 7. What country does doner come from? Kebab doner probably comes from Turkey. Yeah, Turkey doner kebab is originally from Turkey. That's where it got its name. Yes, Turks. Doner is a Turkish dish made with meat that's shaved from a vertical rotisserie. The method dates back to the Ottomans. However, the doner sandwich is actually get this, a German creation. And nowadays, you can find more of these places in the city of Berlin, Germany, than its original native home in Istanbul. I kid you not. The doner is stupid. What is this plant used for? It is coffee. These are coffee beans. These are used to make coffee. Their seeds end up being coffee beans, which is what they use for coffee. Speaking of coffee, which country is the largest producer of coffee? Oh, this is good. I believe there's a lot of coffee places. I think the largest coffee producer is Colombia. I could be wrong. It is Brazil. Oh, Brazil's the largest. That makes sense, Brazil. Oh, which country drinks most coffee? Oh, Finland, easy. Yes, I know. Those top other 3 are pretty big coffee drinkers, but per capita, the people of the Scandinavians drink by far the most coffee per capita. Hey, HRG Scoop, good morning, afternoon. Good to see you, my friend. So, yeah, we're doing the Breitling DC-3 around the world flights. We are doing it. We already had a stop earlier today in Avignon, and now we're flying from there to Zagreb in Croatia. We got a pretty awesome crew of people with us today. But yeah, we're flying this journey here in the DC-3. We're recreating the 2017 flight they did with the DC-3, so we're following all the steps of the legs and all that. So yeah, it's great to see a new face. I hope you're doing well, HRG Scoop, as well. Nice. I hope you have a happy, safe New Year. Yep, my New Year went actually really good. Asia Scoop. I don't know if you know this, Scoop. This is actually my first stream in over almost 3 weeks, actually, because I was dealing with a lot of internet issues over the past 3 weeks. So I've been needing to. That's why I haven't been streaming very much during the last couple weeks. But yeah, it's great to be streaming again. It's great to be hanging out back with the group. And 2022 was a very good year for me, even with those last 2 weeks. So yeah, great to see you here as well. So I'm just gonna I put on some GeoGuessr just so we can buy some time. I want to take a break from the slideshows and stuff, so I'm going to have some fun. Okay, here's the answer. Finns are the biggest consumer of coffee per day. They average 4 cups of coffee per day per person. For this perspective, Italy is 13th, Brazil is 14th, and the U.S., despite being the country that consumes the most coffee, is 25th per person. So yeah, like I said, it's per capita. Are there in the world? I believe there is 137. Yeah, 137 Michelin 3-star restaurants. I hear. Yeah, I have still lousy the internet too. Been a few weeks for me too. I'm waiting on for my Oculus cable. Oh, that's awesome, Scoop. So you can get back to VR fights. Ooh, that's cool, HRG Scoop. I don't have a VR headset, unfortunately, so I don't do VR flights. But I bet that a VR flight can be very immersive, though. That's from what I hear. They are very immersive. Speaking of which country holds the most Michelin stars? Um, Most people think France. I think Japan has the most Michelin 3 stars currently. Oh, it's France. Thought it was, but is it French? You have another 10 seconds to get this answer right. Is a dish from France or another country? Okay. Quiz time. Is this French or not? I only have 10 seconds. Snails. It's very French. French eat a lot of snails. Oh, it's a game changer. I have such a hard time playing 2D now. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. But yes, yeah, France eats a lot of snails. Snails are very popular in French as a delicacy. I mean, I had escargot, so I know what that is. So, French toast, it is other. French toast is not French. Just because it's got a French name does not mean it's from France. Avin, yes, that is French. Oven, yeah, that's French. Nutella is other. Nutella is very, I believe Nutella is from Germany, not French. Croque madame is very French. If it's usually in French terms, it is French. Except for French fries. Moles frites is actually, Moles frites is not French. Yes, Moles frites is French language, but it's not France, though. Moles frites is actually from Belgium, which is, it's the northern neighbor of France, Belgium. So here's how they all explain it, obviously. Escargot is a dish made of snails from France. So that was the first one. Despite the name French toast, it actually originated, get this, from the Roman Empire. Way back in the Roman days, they actually made French toast. Coq au vin is a French dish. Nutella is actually Italian, actually. Nutella is Italian, and they discovered during a chocolate shortage as a substitute. So they made Nutella from hazelnuts. The delicious situation is France. If you move the fried on top, you have a croque monsieur, and moles frites actually has its origins in Belgium. So I was right. So yeah, there you go, guys. So yeah, that is a bit of GeoGuessr. But GeoGuessr is a good way for me to pass the time. Plus, it tests my knowledge. It may even test your all's knowledge too, which I think you guys would actually like too. So yeah, we are about 174 nautical miles out. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about the next thing for my slideshow. You got to go now. Have a happy new year and good rest of the flight. Thank you so much, FD1003, for coming along. Thank you so much for coming along for today's flight. It's great to have you here. I hope to see you on the next stream, whatever that might be. But yeah, take care, my friend. Take good care, my friend. So now we're going to talk about language. We're going to talk about Croatian language, the language of Croatia. It's actually based on the Serbo-Croatian language families, which is South Slavic language, particularly used in Croatia. It is the official literary standard of Croatia, and it's one of the official languages in the EU. It's also one of the official languaes in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now, Standard Croatian language is actually based on the most widespread dialect of the Serbo-Croatian language. In the mid-18th century, attempts to provide a Croatian literary standard began on the basis of the Neo-Shtovakan dialect that came here in Croatia during that time. In the history of it goes back to the modern history of it goes back to the Illyrian movement in the 19th century to standardize the regionally differentiated languages all throughout Croatia. There's actually quite a few differences between the two. They each are different variations of the similar languages, but basically there's quite a few differences between Croatian and the rest. Croatian is actually typically used as they exclusively use the Latin alphabet in Croatian, whereas compared to Bosnian and Montenegrin, they use both Latin and Cyrillic, while in Serbia, they mainly use Cyrillic, with the exception for Latin being for media. All standard variants of the standard Bosnian, Croatian, Montenegrin, and Serbian languages have 3 regular phonemes, so basically they map to one another with it as well. And the orthography is slightly different for each of the languages, but they're pretty similar. And so is the morphology of the language as well. There's 3 different pronunciations within each of the different things as well. But the good news is since Croatian uses the Latin alphabet, it wouldn't be too bad as well. So there's that as well. In Croatian, the pronoun who has the form TKO as well. There's different syntax and all that. So however, the greatest differences in between the different languages in Croatian compared to others is vocabulary. So, for example, history in Croatian is povješ, but in Bosnian it's historijaja, and in Serbian it's historia. Basically, each of the vocabulary is where the differences between the languages really go. So, there's a lot of different words as well. And because of the vocabulary is different, sometimes, despite being a very similar language family, they're quite different in how the words are meant to be said. So here's that as well. So we actually have quite a few words and examples to learn in the Croatian tongue. So these are important words to learn, words and phrases to learn whenever you visit Croatia. In case if you come to a shop and they don't know English, this would be some common words. I know getting a language book is still better than this, but at least you get to learn the language. And I like doing this sort of stuff because it connects you more to the culture and the people as well. Let's go over a few of them. First is hello. In Croatian is bok, which is B-O-K, but it has the silent H, bok. It's the hello in the Croatian language. Good morning is dobro jutro, and I even got the pronunciation, and the reason is I got the pronunciation so you guys can follow along, speak the language. Then there's thank you. It's hvala. It's hivala, hivala. Thank you. So it's got hivala, hivala. There you go. Then there's how are you? And this is kako ste. So kako ste. There. The H isn't there in this, but it has the but in the Croatian language it's pronounced as that. Kako ste. Then goodbye is doviđenja. Doviđenja. So goodbye is doviđenja. Because the D sounds like a J in this one, and the J in after ja is ya. Then, like many other Slavic countries, yes is da. Da. And then, excuse me, if you actually bump someone and say excuse me, you said oprostite. Oprostite is excuse me. Then what time is it? It is koliko je sate. So basically, that's the pronunciation. It's koliko je sate. Koliko je sate. And then finally, where can you exchange money? So this one is more for money. Let's say you got US dollars and you wanted to go to euro, since Croatia is now in the euro. So you say, Gidye Mogu Razmiya Niti Nobots. So Gidye Mogu Rats Minye Ninte Nobots. Yeah, it's a complicated word. It's one of the it's the more it's the most complicated thing I got. But there's a whole bunch of other ones you can put in instead. But this, I feel like, is a really good way to integrate people to the language of Croatia. And who knows, this might actually be useful for some of you guys if you ever visit there and you want to actually help learn. I think this would be a really, really fun way to. So yeah, I think that is a bit about the Croatian language for you guys to learn. And actually, I don't think we're too far away now. And we're not too far. We're actually only $145 out, guys. So yeah, I think we're making really good time. Yeah, thank you guys so much for sticking around today. I mean, it's been a great honor to have you guys be here today. So I think we guys can finish some of the rest of some of the slides. Let's finish up some of the other slides we got covered. Not view good now. Oh my. This. So let's talk about Croatia's culture, shall we? So Croatian culture, it is a very unique piece. Croatian culture is very rich. After all, the Croatian people have been inhabited here since the 14th century, for over 14 centuries. Croatia has some of the longest continuity with the Dalmatian hubs in Dalmatia, one of the historic regions. Croatia, due to its unique location, represents a blend of different cultural circles that intertwine and complement from the west and east, in part with the Roman Empire, Byzantine, Middle Europe, and Mediterranean culture, all mixed into a unique culture that can only be found here in Croatia. The Illyrian movement during the 19th century proved crucial for the emancipation of the Croatians and saw unprecedented developments in all fields of art and culture. And most notably, Croatia has a place in history among Mediterranean architecture and urbanism. In fact, it was even the origin of the cravat, the precursor to the modern necktie that you see all the time. And of course, in recent years, Croatia has been exponentially growing in festivals and manifestations and cultural infrastructure all over Croatia. It is a very rich culture, especially here in the Mediterranean. Of course, there are a couple other things I do want to talk about before we get to music. First, it is the arts, is architecture. There is a lot of ancient architecture you can find here in Croatia. You can find structures from the Roman period. They have lots of citadels. And there's at least 30 cities that are around this area, around these regions, that have Roman citizenship. And there are lots of preserved Roman networks. And you can find them all over in Zadar and Porak, for example. And of course, who can forget the famous Roman monuments in Pula, the Pula Amphitheater from the 2nd century. And it's still preserved. It's still really well preserved. And of course, you also have a lot of great basilicas, including the Euphrasian Basilica in Porak. And of course, lots of fine arts, from sculptures to paintings as well, with modern art. And of course, architecture in Croatia is very rich. Got tons of really beautiful churches and buildings. So it's definitely a stunning area to visit. Definitely worth checking out in Croatia to visit all those. I'm going to go ahead and reduce the speed a little bit. I think we're going here a little fast. Let's talk about Croatian music for a bit. So the music of Croatia, it's just like the country itself. It has two major influences for its music scene. One in Central Europe, present in the central northern parts of the country, and Mediterranean influences in the coastal regions of Dalmatia. In Croatia, curling pop and rock music is popular, influenced by elements of Dalmatian and Slavonian folk. And one of the major backbones of Croatian pop music is Schlager and chanson-inspired music. But the music of Romania and Croatia goes back to the medieval times with Latin chant manuscripts and all that. And with the Renaissance and Baroque music, particularly one of the most famous composers in this area was Ivan Lugashek. But it was really during the Romance period that new artists took over for Croatian music, including violinist Franjo Krzema, along with singers Ilma Murska and Jozo Kosman, the first Croatian singer to appear at the New York Metropolitan Opera, along with traditional folk music like gonga, kapla, and tamburica. And of course, pop and rock music are very popular in Croatia. There's definitely some pretty interesting music as well in Croatia. And then we get to the cuisine of Croatia. Yes, Croatian cuisine. It's definitely a very, if you want to talk about meeting crossroads, Croatian cuisine is, I think, the greatest representation of it. Croatian cuisine is extremely diverse. They have traits from Mediterranean, Bulgarian, Turkish cuisine, with influences of Greek and Roman cuisine, and Mediterranean, especially Italian. It gives Croatia's cuisine is very varied depending on where you're at in Croatia, so it makes it a very unique country. They do lots of food and games, including suckling pig, which is the picture of suckling pig. It's also got miso tiblis, which is pork from the wooden barrel. You can find lobster. Remember, seafood's kind of big in Dalmatia. In fact, there's even a unique meat dish called edible dormouse, which is eaten during the coast, and it's actually that's according to Andrew Zimmern of Bizarre Foods, which I love that show. There's also stews. Of course, you can find goulash, which is very popular in Hungary, but also kind of stew, Istrian stew, and more. You can find pasta, which you would think Italy loves pasta, but apparently Croatia loves this too. It's very popular. Mainly, a common dish is zaganci. Zaganci is a cornmeal dish as well. There's soups, there's side dishes as well, like sataras and duvek, big summer vegetables. You can also find truffles, sauerkraut, and more. Sausages, cheeses, you can find pies, pastry, and more. And of course, Croatia is not just well known for its food, it's also well known for its wine. In fact, there's over 300 wine producing areas in Croatia. You can make between red and white wines. You can also find beer known as pivo. There's locally brewed beers. There's also liquors and spirit. The most well-known liquor and spirit in Croatia is raka, which is made from grapes. From grapes, plums, pears, or cherries. And of course, Croatia often drinks quite a bit of coffee as well. So that is a bit about Croatia's cuisine. I follow planes by who's from Croatia. Edo Stuff Aviation. Ah, nice. And then the next part about Croatia is sports. And football is a pretty big deal in Croatia. In fact, Croatia is actually a really strong country for football. Croatian culture is pretty rich in sports, and big one is football. Football is by far the most popular team sport by far. And I mean, Croatia has been a major football power the last couple of years. I mean, Croatia has made it quite far in the World Cup. I mean, they were runner-ups in 2018, and Croatia was third in the most recent World Cup this past year. So yeah, Croatia is a real beast. Other sports include handball, basketball, and water polo, and of course, ice hockey. And individually, tennis, alpine ski, and swimming are all pretty popular too. So that is a bit about Croatia sports. So yeah, that is about the sports here in Croatia. Yeah, so that is about Croatia sports. As you can tell, Croatia is pretty rich in sports traditions, in and all that as well. So look at that, guys. We're about 121 nautical miles away. I can't believe we're about 121 miles away, guys. That's pretty awesome. Oh yeah, I've seen his channel before. Yeah, EOSteph, AV, he does a lot of Croatia stuff. Yeah, Croatia's a really cool place. Super type on. Croatia's got tons of. It's a very underappreciated place to check out, for sure. So yeah, we're getting slower as well, and we're gonna head over to the port city of Rijeka. So we're gonna see the port. And that's before we're going to climb up the... Thankfully, much of Croatia here is going to be a little flat, so I don't think we really have to worry about the mountains too much. And just make our way over to Zagreb. Probably fly around downtown for a little bit and make our landing here as well. And we can complete leg 2. It has been a really awesome flight, guys. I can't believe my first stream in 3 weeks. It's pretty nuts. So for Wednesday's stream, I'll be taking the Kodiak. Yes, the Similar Students Kodiak. I was supposed to take that the last couple times I tried to stream. So I'll be taking this Kodiak through Trondheim and through Songfield, and we head to Sandefjord, and that would be the final leg of the trip. That would be the finale of the Norway trip, and then for the next one afterwards, I'm probably gonna do just a general bush flight. I was thinking about doing a bush flight. The question is, I'd probably gonna do some bush flights around South America. I was thinking about doing a flight around Ecuador. So probably starting off from our hub, then we're gonna fly over much of the mountains, taking off from here, flying through Quito. Fly from Quito, go over here, and make our final stop at Guayaquil. And I mean, that would be a really beautiful stop. And we do some beautiful high elevation flying throughout much of Ecuador. It would be really cool. I mean, Ecuador, is the location of our new Firefighter hub, and I think it is an awesome hub. I think it's an awesome location for a hub. So I want to do some flying in Ecuador. And then for the next airline flight, I'm probably going to take off from Rio and do some flying from SVGL, and probably taking it to either Buenos Aires or probably take it to Brasilia, capital. Yeah, because I have not done airline stream in a while, and trust me, I've actually learned quite a bit from airline flying since my last airline stream, which was a DC-6 flight to Innsbruck. So I have plenty of experience improving on flying an airline. So yeah, that is my plans for the next couple of my attempts for the next Wednesday streams. For next Sunday, we'll be traveling from Zagreb, and we're going to be heading our way to through the coast into the Adriatic Sea and make our way over to Athens. We're gonna have some. We're gonna fly over the city of Athens. We'll be taking some pics of the Acropolis as well, and make our way down to Athens main international airport at Eleftherios Venizelos International, or Lima Golf Alpha Victor. That would be, and then the next one afterwards is we're gonna have a flight from Athens to Tel Aviv, then from Tel Aviv, and we're gonna stop in Jordan at Oscar Juliet Alpha Mike. So yeah, that's gonna be the plans for the next couple streams. But yeah, it is wonderful to be back in here with you guys. It's wonderful. I'm very, 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 very happy. So yeah, I hope you guys have pretty good plans for the upcoming week. For me this week, I mean, I got enough notes done for the next couple weeks, so I don't really have to worry about anything. I'm probably going to watch some bit more of my new TV series, The Aviators. Going to do some more watching tonight. I want to take a break from the streaming thing for a little bit. Just sit around, just have a relaxing time. Yeah, I'm having a blast today. Today has been a wonderful day to fly. Today has been wonderful. It has been absolute blast. So, you know how much further left to go. So let's talk about the city we're going to be visiting pretty soon, and this is the city of Rijeka. Rijeka. It's Rijeka. So Rijeka is the primary seaport and the third largest city here in Croatia after Zagreb and Split. Located here at Primorje-Gorski Kotar County in Croatia, has a population of 108,622 inhabitants. Due to its strategic position and its excellent deep-water port, the city was fiercely contested throughout history, especially between the Holy Roman Empire, Italy, and Croatia, changing rulers and demographics many times over the centuries. It is the main city and county seat of the county, and its economy is very much dependent on shipbuilding, with 3 different shipyards, with multiple different shipyards as well, and maritime transport. Rijeka it hosts the Croatian National Theatre, Ivan Pijak, built in 1685, in the University of Rijeka, founded in 1973. Apart from Croatian and Italian, this city is also unique for its own dialect of the Old Venetian language, Fiume, which has an estimated 20,000 speakers within the Italian, Croat, and other minority population, and it used to serve as the main lingua franca for many of the ethnicities in those cities. And of course, it was selected in 2016 as the European Capital Culture for 2020 alongside Galway, Ireland. Pretty cool stuff. It's rich in beach. It's also got lots of castles, including Tras Castle, which was a famous castle in the area. There's also the Baroque City Tower. These are other landmarks. It's also home to a very famous carnival every year, the Rijeka International Carnival, which is held each year before Lent, and has become the biggest carnival in all of Croatia. There are numerous events preceding the carnival itself. And usually every year there are crowds from 15,000 participants, with crowds over 100,000 people come visit the festival. As well, there's many different landmarks and cities and stuff. But there's a lot of sites. There is the torpedo factory, which is where the first European prototypes of a self-propelled torpedo came from. There's the Croatian National Theater building here, opened in 1885. There's the Trieste Castle from the 13th century, which has incredible vistas from its. The views from it would be epic. And there's also the Rijeka Cathedral, dedicated to Saint Vitus, which is a Catholic. Of course, its main international airport is Rijeka International as well. In terms of sports, the major sports club here is H&K Rijeka, the city's main football team, and are among the top level of Croatia. And in pop culture, the city has been featured quite a bit, mainly in the German Western movie of Winnetou from the 1960s, were filmed here. Marvel's one of the villains from Marvel, Purple Man, originates from the city. And more recently, it has been a very popular location for TV advertisements due to its unique historic industrial sites, hilly settings, sweeping views, and retro architecture. Companies such as Belgian internet provider Telenet, Bridgestone, German retail chain DM, Japan with the Honda Civic, Ukrainian seafood chain Flagman, and more have actually filmed advertisements here in the city, believe it or not. So definitely a very interesting little city as well. Unfortunately, there's no landmarks in the city, but... Oh, one more thing. I don't like bots. I hate to be the only mod here. Yeah, here is our city we're visiting here. So we're going to turn left so we can catch up and we can get a good look at the city. We're going to increase the pitch, so we're going to probably fall a bit. But yeah, this thing isn't so bad to manage, guys. Like, handling the gyro pilot is not too difficult. It really isn't. It just takes a bit of time to truly master. Like all things, it takes time to truly master how to use it. So yeah, got a beautiful area here as well. But yeah, today has been such a wonderful day. Here it is. There's Rijeka. There's our city to the left. See, there's the hilly location here around here. There she is. Okay, this here is the city of Rijeka. Here's our city of Rijeka. We can go ahead and get this back. Here's our city. You can definitely see right over here. Here's the shipyards. So to our left is our shipyards. So this is one of the many shipyards that the city really relies on. Is it shipbuilding and ferries? And we're gonna go ahead and turn to the there. So there is the city of Rijeka. Just so, guys, so we're only 83 nautical miles now ahead of us, in front of us, when we get there. So in front of us is the international airport serving the city. Lima Delta Romeo India is the main international airport for the city. So right over here is the runway. From my information, it is around 8,199 feet long. It's the main airport connecting the city, and the city is actually connected to the city through the Krishki Most, which is the bridge that connects the area. Let's check our fuel situation again. We are 68%, so we're doing quite well. But yeah, today has been an absolutely amazing trip, guys. I really do appreciate so many awesome people here today. Many new faces that came here in the chat. A massive shout out to everyone here. And I mean, this year's already off to an amazing start. What an amazing start to the year. Cracked not only 530, but cracked 540 in just one stream. I mean, you guys are really what makes this happen. Good question. I'm trying to... Yeah. And there's that bridge down there. Look at that. That's cool. Yeah, this area of Croatia, Dalmatia, is a really beautiful region, area to fly. Dalmatia is great. Left, we're going to continue to climb. Well, so we're not very far. We are about 60 nautical miles out from the capital, Croatia. So, as well, I want to say a massive thank you for everyone here on this trip. I mean, today has been an absolute blast. I mean, this is just stunning. I mean, guys, would you guys agree with me? This is an absolutely stunning air. Oh, yeah, Mongo's in the Spitfire. Good choice. Yeah, taking the Spitty makes sense. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you still haven't checked it out yet, I do have a Discord in the, as well. That will connect you to my Discord. You can keep track of all my flights, including the Breitling DC-3 flight. I also have another channel for all my slideshows, and of course, I even have an old channel for the Berlin-Beijing flight back in that I did all the way back in early 2022. We flew all around Russia and all that. I still remember doing this flight for the first time, and I love these historical stuff. And I got to visit a lot of Russia during that Berlin to Beijing trip. I got to visit a lot of Russia. And even though Russia wasn't exactly the most stunning scenery, Russia was still pretty cool to visit, for sure. Though I know with the war of Ukraine that I know I don't like to talk about politics, but I mean, it made it hard to visit Russia again once the war of Ukraine happened. So, but there's definitely some really nice parts about the country to visit, though. And obviously also flying to China, too. Now, I will tell you this, we won't be flying to China at all. The only place in China, technically, we go is Macau. And I'll explain to you guys why that's the case. So we're going to now start to... I'm going to go ahead and put on the throttle, and we're going to... So this stream's been going on for about 5 hours. This is already one of my longest streams, and this was just only 2 legs. I can't even imagine how long it'll take for the other legs. Assuming if Viperstrike can learn how to start a DC-3 without pressing Control E. But the countryside's really beautiful here today. Yeah, the countryside of Croatia is absolutely stunning. So guys, we're going to go ahead and do the last slides for today. So we're going to be visiting the capital of Croatia, Zagreb. So Zagreb's history is quite long, the city itself. The capital and largest city of Croatia, its population is 761,131 people, but its urban agglomeration is actually over 1 million people, which is about 1/4 of all of Croatia's population lives around this area. It is a very rich history. It's been around since the Roman times, believe it or not. The oldest settlement was actually the Roman Ondatona, which is located in one of the city of Sarajevo. Sarajevo. But the first historical record of the name actually dates from 1134, referencing to the settlement at Capital in 1094. It became a free royal city in 1242 by the Kingdom of Hungary, and the first mayor was in 1851 Janko Kamov. It's not only just a city, but it's also a county as well, and it's now a global ranked city. Its transport connections, industry, scientific, and research institutions make it a major economic position in Croatia. It's also the central government. It's also the seat of central government, administrative bodies, and almost all government ministries here. And also, almost all the large Croatian companies, media, and scientific institutions have their headquarters here. This is where Central Europe meets Southeast Europe, here in Zagreb. And as a result, it has a diverse economy, high quality living, museums, sport events, and more. And there's tons of really awesome landmarks in the city, too. So there are a lot of really cool landmarks here in Zagreb. Zagreb is full of really cool landmarks. But here's a few of the really well-known ones. If you ever paid a visit to Zagreb, let me list you a few iconic landmarks. First is the second tallest building in all of Croatia, and that is the Zagreb Cathedral, which is one of the most famous areas in all of Croatia. It's the big old Zagreb Cathedral. It is the second tallest building in the entire country. It's a Gothic church in the Alps as well. This church was dedicated to the Assumption of Mary and the King State Stephen in St. Ladislaus. This church is over 354 feet tall, and unfortunately, one of the spires were damaged in an earthquake in 2020, but it's one of the most prominent landmarks in the city. And this thing apparently was built during the mid-13th century and was reconstructed back in the 1880s. Then here we have another famous landmark, St. Mark's Church. This is another very famous building here. It's one of the oldest buildings in Zagreb, dated back to the 13th century. And it has been a very famous area in there. It's a parish church, and it's still got lots of charm for it as well. Then we have the Zagreb City Museum, which talks all about the city of Zagreb and the city itself, which is one of the most famous things in the city. It talks all about this city's rich history. This city has an extremely rich history. It's also got the Croatian National History Museum, which you can find lots of collection of Neanderthal remains. And there's also the Croatian National Theater since 1895, a very famous theater as well. But that's not the only thing. But that's not the only things famous in Zagreb. There's a lot of other things that make the city pretty famous. There is the Modern Gallery, which has a lot of collection of paintings by Croatian artists. The Archaeological Museum contains over 450,000 artifacts and monuments gathered over the years from different sources in Croatia. There's also many different events, concerts hosted by Zagreb has been a major concerts area in Croatia. Hosted many famous artists like the Rolling Stones, U2, Bob Dylan, Beyonce, Metallica, and more. And of course, it's home to one of the largest, biggest open air festivals in the country, in music festival. It's also got performance arts. And of course, it's got recreation sports. Mainly the big parts of sports in the city is it's home to one of the bigger well-known things as well. But of course, one of the most famous areas in Zagreb is also home to Croatia's national football team, and of course, home to one of the most famous teams in Croatia, Dinamo Zagreb. There's definitely like that. And then the airport we are going to be visiting today, our final stop is Lima Delta Zulu Alpha. It's located here. It's the largest and busiest airport in the country. In 2019, it handled 3.5 million passengers. It was named after the first president of Croatia, Franjo Tudman. It's the hub of the flag carrier Croatia Airlines. It's also the main Croatian Air Force base is located in the grounds. And currently it has flights all across Europe, but even seasonal flights like to Toronto, you might see seasonal flights to Dubai, Barcelona. You have lots of different areas. Ryanair flies quite a few destinations from here. Well, so there is that too. And finally, the final thing about this topic is going to be the fun facts about Croatia. Croatia's got quite a few, some really fun facts. This would be our final slide for today's stream. Is the fun facts. Croatia's got some really fun facts to learn. So let's go over a few fun facts. First is the Polo Arena which is the only remaining Roman amphitheater in the world to maintain all 4 of its side towers. Now, I know a lot of people think about the Roman Colosseum in Rome, which is an architectural landmark. But actually, the Polo Arena is even better preserved, ironically, than the Roman one did. And it's still standing. You could still visit the arena, and in fact, you could still do stuff in that. Believe it or not. Really, really cool. And believe it or not, this event, in fact, you could still have events hosted in the old arena. They actually still use this, they still use this arena, even after over 2,000 years, which is pretty insane to think about. They still host things in that arena. Cool. Another interesting fact, Croatia is home to over 1,200 islands, insulets, and cracks off the coast, which is most of them are located here in Dalmatia. Got tons of little crags and coasts, but it makes some great scenic flying throughout much of the area. Vinkovci in eastern Croatia is one of the oldest towns in the continent of Europe. Apparently, according to my research, it's been continuously inhabited for over 8,000 years. Had made their home here. Every first weekend in August in 1750, the Croatian town of Sinj actually, get this, host a chivalric tournament. During the tournament, knights ride horses along the main street, aiming lances at an iron ring. So yes, they do knight lance tournaments, believe it or not. Still doing it. I kid you not, that's actually very much a thing. And finally, the last fun fact, Croatia is actually, well, if you guys know about the movie 101 Dalmatians, well, that's because the Dalmatians, and if you wonder why that makes sense, well, consider Dalmatians are named after, right? That breed is named after the region of Dalmatia, which is in Croatia. That's because that is what it is. And the breed of Dalmatia is actually dated all the way back to the 17th century. And in fact, the coast of Dalmatia is actually named after the dog breed. So yeah, some really fun facts to learn about Croatia. So that's it, guys. These are the last of the fun facts we'll be learning for today's stream. So we're going to continue our descent. So yeah, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed the slides for today. I know I put a lot of, if you guys know me, I do put lots of work onto all my streams. I think the winds have probably died down now. We can continue on our way to descend. Yeah, I think we had a great time. Great time today. So I had a lot of fun today. It's great to see everyone back. I know I wanted to say a massive thank you for the two-tone Murph raid. I mean, that was a huge raid for Two-Tone Murphy and company. That was awesome for him, and I want to say thank you for all the new follows. There were so many new ones today. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 new follows it. That's pretty. So I'm going to send a little more. So now we are entering the outskirts of Zagreb, which is in front of us. So guys, I want to say a massive thank you as well. I mean, everyone in the chat has been very, very kind. So I think today, if they're still on, I'm thinking of the question is who am I going to raid for the first raid of the year? That's going to be a tough one. Who am I going to raid for the first time this year? And I mean, this is a new record for me, at least for my normal streams. 5 hours, and I don't think that's going to be the longest. Oh, trust me, there's going to be longer streams than this coming up soon. I think the Saudi Arabia one's going to be a long one. Oh, the Shadows on. Probably the Shadows. I think the Shadow Display team is probably going to get my raid this time. Yeah, there's so many really awesome ones. Just send this one slowly. We're just going to descend around until. Yeah, I hope you. But thank you guys so much. It really is. It's great to be back. And I'm happy. So yeah, I'm looking at Andrew Zirin Bizarre Foods back in the old days. Oh man. I think he did a Croatia episode. When did he? Oh yeah, season 17 he did a Dalmatian Coast and he had grilled frog, baked rooster, um roasted dormice, what he had during his Bizarre Foods. So yeah, 34 nautical miles remaining. We're gonna do a quick flyover of the city of Zagreb. We're gonna go there, fly along the city, and then land at runway 22. Runway 22. We're gonna land straight in, and I'm going to find somewhere to park. And we're gonna find somewhere nice. Yeah, I can't believe we're going. I can't believe I'm over 5 hours. That's crazy. You guys that know, if you guys know me for a long while, I usually try to keep my streams within 2 to 3 hours, 2.5 hours to 3 hours. But 5 hours is something new for somewhat new for me. So yeah, we're Yeah, we're flying pretty low here throughout Zagreb. We're going to fly pretty low. Let's see who's flying along. We Yeah, so that's about it, guys. I think we're about ready to get going. Mm, yep, we just got only that much further left to go. There's the Croatian countryside. So you can definitely tell how much things have changed once you get the interior of Croatia from Mujika. Hmm. Hey, Kingsman, good to see you. Yeah, the flight's going great. We're about on the end of our journey. We're about to end this journey today. We are 20 miles out of Zagreb in Croatia. So as you can tell, we're pretty close to the ending of today's flight. We're getting very, very close to the end. But yeah, everything's been going really, really well, Kingsman. Thanks for coming along. We're going to have to get a raid. Yeah, the countryside's quite nice here in Croatia. Got some hills, but it's also got some flatlands too. It's a pretty nice countryside, Kingsman. It's definitely pretty diverse. So here it is. The city of Zagreb is going to be right in front of us. So, okay, guys, we have one more thing to go. Excavation point predict. negative, make a prediction, exclamation point, type in a negative number, and we can predict the landing here for today. But yeah, we are about done. Hey, Jerry Weirdsped, good to see you. First time in chat for Jerry Weirdsped, good to see you. Welcome to the chat, Jerry Weirdsped. So we're about to make our approach into the city of Zagreb. So we're about to end today's stream. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Welcome. If you guys have liked the channel content so far, I would really recommend following the channel and support the channel any way that you can. I know I put a lot of work into my streams. Are you really doing this? Yes, I am doing this. This is the Breitling DC-3 around the world trip in a group flight. We have Copwood Stick and Mongo. But yeah, we're doing an around the world trip. We're doing the first 2 legs today. Next Sunday will be Athens as well. So yeah, I'm really doing this. This is a Twitch stream. I'm currently set this on the Gyropilot. But this is Zagreb we're visiting here. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, Jerry. It's been a lot of fun this past the last 5+ hours. It's been a lot of fun hanging out, being back in the community. It's just been great. I haven't been streaming in over 3 weeks due to internet issues, which was weird. That's never been a problem for me. But like I said, it's great to be here with the community. So this here is Zagreb, the beautiful city of Zagreb itself. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you're having a good weekend as well. Hope things are going well for you as well. This here is the lower town, and then to our left is the historic downtown Zagreb. This here is the historic downtown. And I'm going to go ahead and turn off the Gyropilot for today. So Gyropilot is now off. I'm going to fly the rest of this by hand. I'm going to fly the rest of this by hand. And look at that. We're still doing really good on fuel. We're still 49% on the reserve auxiliary tanks. Yeah, DC-3 is an absolute blast. It's a great plane. It really is a fantastic addition. I'm glad Microsoft Flight Sim got this DC-3 and a follow from Jerry Weirdsped. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Another follow for today. So there is the airport. Gyro pilot can't RNAV. Yeah, it can only do heading. The gyro pilot is limited to just heading and the pitch. It can't do radio navigation. It can't do any of that. Actually, you can do radio navigation, but you have to. There is radios up there. You can do comms, but in nav frequencies for VOR. You could do VOR stuff in it, but it's not really well implemented, I believe. And we're going to activate the flaps. Turn around. Flaps are going to lower the speed. So welcome to Zagreb. Power a bit, so. Okay. This one's going to be a bit of landing distance, but it's going to be a little steep, but I think I can make the landing. Alright. Really nice. Careful. And I'm down. Beautiful. 72 feet per minute. That's a brilliant, brilliant landing. I'm going to let it roll down the runway, and we'll just park one of the open spots. That is a nice landing in a DC-3. Beautifully done. Someone painted an airplane right on the threshold. Yeah, blame photogrammetry. Blame the photogrammetry. Blame the photo data they got from Bing. Oops. I know I probably hit the guy, but I'll just turn this one back around. Yeah, professional plane photography, isn't it? It basically is. What a nice flight. The only reason I turned this up is because I need to actually see where I'm parked. Not beautiful. Okay. Or the mixture. And turn off the colors. Torpedoes. Off the ignition. Pumps. That and battery. So that is it, guys. And that concludes leg number 1 of my DC-3 journey. The first 2 legs have now been complete. How about that, guys? What an amazing way to kick off our journey. To do this as well today. I was not expecting to stream today. If I mean, a couple days before, I thought I would never get the opportunity to stream today. As well. So yeah, what a great day. I mean, a huge rate from Tuto Murphy. That was great. Um, it was great having an amazing time with the chat. So many new follows, new people, the people in the chat lurkers. I mean, I'm very happy today. Today was a wonderful day to fly. I'm very glad to have a great time with you all. It's great to be back. And I mean, I don't think there was a better way I could have kicked it off than today. So we're going to probably raid my good friends, the Shadow Display team. We're going to give them a raid today. So guys, thank you so much today for all your hard work and dedication. You guys have been pretty amazing. So yeah, let's go ahead and raid my good friends, the Shadow Display team. Guys, thank you so much. So for Wednesday, we're going to do the. We're going to finish off the Norway tour. We're going to visit Trondheim, Sogndal, and Sandfjord, and then on Sunday we're going to do the long flight from Zagreb all the way to Athens. Another 600 nautical mile flight, but this time we only got one stop. So yeah, should be nice and easy. So guys, thank you so much for having this stream. And seriously, you guys have all been very amazing people today. Thank you guys so much for your support, and I hope to see you on. Take care, everyone.